A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
David, I hate to wake you up, but I have to, darling.
I'm in here, shaving.
You're what?
Shaving. I've got an early appointment in Connecticut this morning.
I know it, and I wanted to have breakfast started before you woke up, even.
The best laid plans of mice and men. And hush up. Don't talk so loud or you'll wake yourself up.
Hey, what'd you say about a mouse? Is our kitchen mouse in the bathroom with you?
No, I'm all alone. Go back to sleep. I'll get my breakfast at the station.
You'll do nothing of the sort. I'm not the kind of wife who lets her husband eat out. What do you think?
I'll take the will for the deed. I have to catch the 8:3 to Redberry, and I can't afford to miss it.
You won't miss it. I'll be dressed in no time.
Darling, please stay in bed. Believe me, it'll be easier all the way around.
The principle of the thing, though. Oh, where'd I put my mules? This country wasn't built by women who stayed in bed while their husbands got up and went out to hew the soil.
This country wasn't built by women, period. I'm not going out to hew the soil. Anyway, you don't hew soil. I'm just catching the train to Connecticut.
Well, you're going to catch it with a good breakfast in your stomach. You're in my way. Move over.
Say, you're not going to take a bath, are you?
I took my bath last night. Just let me wash my teeth a minute.
I still say it would be faster if you stayed in bed.
Look, don't you want to have breakfast with me?
Well, sure I do. But I also want to get shaved. The lather's getting dry.
Nice lather, by the way. Kissing you is like kissing a lemon meringue pie made with lilac.
That's the soap. It's not lilac. Or is it?
It's lilac. Not too strong, though. Don't worry, darling. Nobody me would notice. All right, I'm out.
All finished?
Yep.
For keeps?
Yep.
Too good to be true.
All I have to do is comb my hair.
Oh, I thought
You
so.
can have the mirror to shave in 1 second. Go on, be a good boy. Move over.
This apartment seems to be getting smaller in the morning.
I suppose you'd like it if I put the coffee on in a kimono.
Frankly, I'd prefer it in the percolator.
Goop. Also, be glad I don't have to scramble into a girdle and hold up the bathroom putting on lipstick and rouge.
Haven't I told you how glad I am about that?
No.
Well, I'll tell you now. Come here.
That glad?
That glad.
David, am I really a good wife?
Well, you're the best I've had to date. Your coffee's pretty good.
What do you mean, pretty? What's more, a bride's coffee is usually undrinkable. David, how long is a bride a bride?
Till she gets some sense.
I say you're a bride until things begin to go wrong.
Then you'll be a bride until you're an old lady.
That's very sweet.
Optimistic, too. Now run along and fix breakfast. Quick, scat.
All right. Hey, leave the door open while you shave so we can talk to each other.
I don't like to talk to each other while I shave.
Then you just listen. I like company while I do things.
Hey, Claudia. I'm cutting myself to ribbons. What's happened to this razor?
Why, nothing. You know I don't shave.
Listen, I know you didn't shave with it, but did you use it to open something with?
Oh.
Oh, what? Come on out with it.
Well, there was a little paint on the windows yesterday.
Say no more, Claudia. There is one thing inviolate to a man, and that's his razor. Never use my razor again for anything, for cleaning windows or anything else.
David, you are not talking to me like a bride.
I'm talking to you man to man. It's an unwritten law. A wife is not to tamper with her husband's razor.
How much does a razor cost?
It's not the cost. But you put it before. It's the principle of the thing. Suppose I didn't have another blade.
But you have, though, haven't you? David, answer. Have you?
Yes, I have one that I hid.
Then I think you're very inconsiderate to make such a big fuss over nothing.
I'm inconsiderate. Just because I happen, mind you, to have an extra blade, I'm in the wrong. Oh, you're the limit.
Then why'd you marry me if I'm the limit?
I guess I like people with a limit.
Good. David, we almost had our first fight. You know it?
We came mighty close to it. Is breakfast on the way?
Coffee's on. David, do you really want 2-minute eggs? They're so wishy-washy.
I like them wishy-washy. You can drink them. They go down quicker. Look, darling, I'm in a hurry. Let's skip the eggs this morning.
You will not? You can't go to Connecticut without eggs. Nice eggs like I'm cooking? Are you putting your tie on yet?
No.
Tell me where you are.
What's it to you?
Nothing to me, but everything to the eggs. Look, I've timed you for a week now. I put them in after you've got your tie on, and they're just right when you come to the table.
Eggs are cooked with a clock, not by a man's tie. Anyway, I'm nowhere near my tie. I'm only up to my socks.
My, you're slow.
At the moment, I have one brown sock and one blue sock. The best-dressed men are wearing them the same color this season.
Oh, you must have taken them from the wrong pile.
Are there 2 piles?
Yes, because some of your socks have holes in them, so I make 2 bundles.
Even so, darling. With socks, you roll them up in pairs that match. Not just any 2 unrelated socks that come into hand.
Don't be silly. They're rolled up that way because they don't match.
Eureka!
What's happened now?
I found another blue sock.
That was clever of you.
There's a hole in the toe.
Naturally, you took it from the wrong bundle.
Sweetheart, darling angel, I could joyfully wring your neck.
David, I think you really mean that. Oh, don't let's fight over little things. Or big ones either.
Yes, let's don't. I'll count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I would still like to wring your neck.
Well, wring it. That was nice. I like you to wring my neck.
That's all the time I have to wring necks this morning. I'll wear the hole.
Oh, you'll feel uncomfortable all day.
I know.
Let me find you another pair.
Haven't got time. I'm catching the 8-3. Toss me my tie and hustle with that breakfast.
It's ready.
No, stop joking. I'm really in a hurry.
I'm not joking. It's ready. I always put everything out the night before, even the table set.
I'm surprised you don't make me eat my breakfast the night before.
So, you know, it would give us more time in the morning to have breakfast behind us.
I think it would be better just to let things go along in their old humdrum way. Look, darling, you're underfoot like a puppy. Now, scat, scat, scat.
Scat is for cats. I wonder what's for dogs.
I never thought of it. Remind me to figure it out tonight. Now, come along to breakfast.
Doesn't the coffee smell good?
Yeah, it smells pretty strong.
Oh, David.
What?
It's boiled away.
Well, never mind, darling. It's all right.
But I do mind you can't go off without coffee. I'll add water.
I don't like coffee with water added.
You'll never know it.
But I do know it. I'll just have my eggs and cereal.
No cereal. It's prunes this morning.
Prunes? I did not get married to eat prunes.
Mama told me to give them to you once a week. They have iron or something in them.
That is the first nasty thing your mother has ever done to me. Now, just wait till I see her. Just wait.
Then what will you eat?
The eggs will be enough. Here, they're hot.
They just came off the stove. What do you expect?
Hey, hold on. These eggs aren't soft-boiled. They're hard as rocks.
Oh, David, they passed the 2-minute stage.
That's putting it mildly. They're practically ready for college.
Here, let me cook you some more. It'll only take a minute.
Look, darling,
I mean 2 minutes.
I have to go. I have to go, honest.
But you can't go on an empty stomach.
You would be surprised. Goodbye.
David, come back. You haven't kissed me.
I haven't time.
But, David, promise me you'll get breakfast at the station.
That's what I wanted to do in the first place.
Claudia, what is the matter with you?
Nothing, Mama.
Don't tell me nothing. I don't like the way you've been acting all afternoon.
Oh, shopping makes me a little tired, I guess.
Since when? Come on, out with it. What's bothering you?
Nothing.
What did you and David quarrel about this morning?
Mama, how'd you know we had a quarrel?
Whose fault was it?
Your fault.
My fault. There is one thing I will never do, cause any trouble between you and David.
Oh, what are you talking about? He adores you. He thinks you're just about perfect. Except for prunes.
Oh.
The prunes were only the finishing touch, though. It was really his socks that started it.
Socks?
He should have taught me to darn socks better, Mama. Darning gets me down. I've absolutely no talent for it.
How do you know? Have you tried it?
No, I haven't gotten around to it yet. What do you expect?
Have you got a darning egg and darning needles in the house?
I've got regular eggs and regular needles, and that's good enough for any sock. Mama, look!
Don't get off the subject. Look at what?
That pet shop, there's a monkey in the window. Mama, quick, come on.
Stop pulling at my elbow. I am not interested in monkeys. What I am interested in is buying some darning cotton to patch up your marriage.
Well, wait a minute. Just look at him, can't you? Isn't he fascinating?
I fail to see anything fascinating about an ugly little monkey.
He is, though. Watch him swing.
Oh, look. Look at him turn his somersault. Oh, Claudia, look. I do not like monkeys. They're dirty and they're homely.
Of course they're homely. That's what's so cute about them. I'm going in the shop a minute.
You're going to do nothing of the kind.
Well, there's no law against just looking around.
There ought to be... Claudia, come back.
You go buy some darning cotton. I'll meet you later.
You're not fit to be trusted in a pet shop alone. Oh, wait for me. I'll go in with you.
Oh, Mama, look over there. Aren't those puppies? Oh, couldn't you just eat them?
No, I could not. Come along out, Claudia. The place smells terrible.
Oh, all pet shops smell terrible.
Well, what can I do for you, ladies? A nice little puppy?
What kind of puppies are those?
Well, those are they're very fine puppies. They're, well, as you can see, wonderful puppies. Their mother was a nice puppy, too.
Oh, they're adorable, but I can't seem to place the breed.
Well, like I told you, miss, they're just puppies, and they're going to grow up to be just dogs. You know, some of the best dogs there is well, it's just dogs.
My husband wouldn't like a small dog, but I am interested in the monkey in the window.
Oh, that's a nice monkey, that is.
Do they make good pets?
Depends if you like monkeys. Some people like monkeys. I just sold one to Leola Day, the picture actress. She likes monkeys.
My daughter isn't a picture actress. Besides, I heard that monkeys bite.
No, this here monkey only bites men. He likes ladies, all right, but it's funny how he just don't like men.
All David would need would be to come home after the prunes and be bitten by a monkey in his own house. Now, come on, let's go.
Hey, Mama, wait a minute. Do you think there's any chance that those puppies might grow up into big dogs?
Well, lady, that's anybody's opinion, but I'd say they'd grow up small. Looking at them, you sort of get the idea that a cocker spaniel is about their biggest ingredient.
Then I won't even get friendly with them.
Oh, of course, one of these might... No, I guess not. Lady, you wouldn't want a really big dog now, would you?
Sure, have you got one here?
No.
Thank heavens.
Not here, I mean, but out on my place in Long Island, I've got a great dog.
What kind of a great dog?
Lady, there isn't any use describing this dog I'm speaking about. He's got to be seen to be appreciated.
Why isn't he here?
Well, no, he's sort of too large to keep in the shop, but I could bring him in.
We wouldn't dream of troubling you.
I would. Would you bring him in?
Why, sure I would. No trouble at all. It's only across the river. You two ladies come back tomorrow, and I guarantee you'll fall in love with him.
Oh, please do, if you're sure you don't mind.
Claudia, are you utterly mad? What on earth would you do with a great big dog in a tiny little apartment?
Patch up our marriage.
Try some darning cotton instead.
Oh, it wouldn't be half as exciting. David and I need a pet of some kind, something alive and living to bring us together.
In due time, and God willing, you'll have a baby. That's alive and living. Can't you wait until then?
Oh, we'd have to wait too long. But we can have the dog tomorrow, Mama. He's just across the river.
All story material used in this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. When you have young folks in the family, you just can't tell when they'll be trooping home with their pals. But you sure can tell that they'll be heading straight for the refrigerator to get out the frosty bottles of Coca-Cola. Now that there's more Coke available, keep your icebox stocked up. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Naval Air Station, Whidbey Island, Washington, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dick Haymes, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, America is up against a serious paper shortage right now, and we're all asked to do all we can to help. So don't throw out a single paper bag or one old newspaper or wrapping paper. Find out what the system for paper collection is in your neighborhood and get in there and pitch. Another way you can help is to buy as many foods as possible in larger packages instead of smaller ones. For it takes less paper per pound to pack in the larger sizes. So next time you buy tempting, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes, ask for the big 12-ounce economy size package. The 12-ounce carton of Grape Nuts actually uses a third less cardboard than the same amount of food packed in smaller boxes. And you save up to 14 cents on every dollar spent when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes regularly in the larger package instead of the smaller one. So remember, folks, ask for delicious, moldy-rich Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package. Ladies and gentlemen, we're broadcasting from the Naval Air Station on Whidbey Island. And now, before introducing our star, let me tell you some facts about the naval background of his heroic family.
Oh, Don, they don't care about that. But then they might, so go ahead and tell them.
In 1789, there was Phineas J. Benny.
Yes, sir, good old Phineas.
In 1812, there was Abadiah J. Benny.
Good old Abby. He was the only man to ride a torpedo side saddle. Poor fella, he never should have dug the spurs into it. Continue, Don.
In 1836, there was Fauntleroy J. Benny.
Good old Fonty.
In 1861, there was Cornelius J. Benny.
Good old Corny.
And in the year 1872, another member of this great family was born, and here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, where do you come off saying that I was born in 1872? I'm not that old, you know.
But, Jack, you told me yourself to tell these boys that...
Don, I told you to tell them that I was steeped in Navy tradition. Steeped, not stooped. My goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, but I was carried away with the important men in your family.
Oh, yes. Finney, Abby, Fonty, and Corny. What men?
Well, they're all dead now, aren't they, Jack?
All except Corny. He's writing for Fred Allen. Imagine my great-grandfather writing for Allen.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I hear a lot of Fred's programs. I don't think his stuff is so old.
You don't, eh? Well, Don, all I know is I read one of Allen's scripts, and the most modern words in it were thee, thou, and ye. If thou knowest what I mean. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas. Hello, everybody.
Gosh, Mary, you're just bubbling over. What are you so happy about?
Well, Jack, when I was a little girl, I read the story of Robinson Crusoe.
Robinson Crusoe?
Yes. Ever since then, I've dreamed of being cast away on some deserted little spot far from civilization. And at last, here I am on Whidbey Island.
Oh, yes. It is a romantic little place, isn't it?
I'll say it is. You know, last night I was sitting in the moonlight with the bombardier, and out of a clear sky I turned to him and said, you know, being on this island makes me wish I was Dorothy Lamour.
Really?
Yeah. And he turned to me and said, sister, you're not wishing any harder than I am.
Well, how do you like that?
Hey, Mary, these fellows up here are hard to please, aren't they?
Oh, no, only 1 out of 100 is like that.
How do you know?
I was out with the other 99.
Oh, then you must have gotten around. Have you been to the Green Gate? Huh? Have you been?
99 times.
Mary, you're making this whole thing up. We've only been up here since... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Denny. I'm Ruby Wagner, Mary Livingston's girlfriend from Vancouver.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you still following Mary around?
Jack, who is it? Ruby. Ruby, I'm surprised to see you're still around here. I thought you should have gone home to Vancouver by this time. Not that I'm not glad to see you, but my sister.
Girls.
Singing in our radio program all the time.
Girlies.
Kitties.
Kitties. Girlies.
And they'll talk.
Wait a minute. For heaven's sake, girls, knock it off, please. Now, Ruby, you promised that you'd forget all about Hollywood and go back to Vancouver. Last Sunday, you butted in and started imitating Kathleen Hepburn.
Kathleen Hepburn?
Yes.
The colour lilies are in bloom again. Rally they are. You haven't seen beautiful colour lilies. Will you see my colour lilies? Come stroll with me in the garden.
Ruby,
See my
please.
colour lilies.
Ruby, we heard about your calla lilies last week.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yes. Now go back to Vancouver and forget about Hollywood. You know, we've got real stars there like Ingrid Bergman, Barbara Stanwyck, Claudette Colbert. Yes, Betty Davis.
Of course I loved him, but even though I loved him, I killed him. And I'm glad you're here. And if I had the opportunity again,
Ruby.
I'd kill him again. Of course I would, and I'd be glad.
Kiddo.
Glad that you're here.
Ruby, that's enough. Now, will you please go?
So, of course I'll go. I'll be glad to go. Glad. And if you ask me to go again, I'll be glad to go again.
Ruby! Mary, that's the silliest person I ever met. Mary, will you try to do something about her?
Yes, Jack, I'll be glad. You've asked me to do it again, I'll be glad again. Glad again.
Now, stop with that. It's all your fault she's following us around. Of all the girls in Vancouver, you had to go to school with her.
I couldn't help it. She was a teacher.
Oh, well, no wonder she's so apple-happy. Now, let's see. What was I going to do? Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week, we're finishing out this season with guest singers. And tonight, I'd like to present one of the stars of the new 20th Century Fox picture, Four Gills and a Jeep, Dick Haynes, who will sing Long Ago and Far Away.
But now the clouds have passed. You're here at last. Still run up and down my spine. Aladdin's lamp is mine. The dream I dreamed was not denied me. Just one look and then I knew that all I longed for long ago.
Long Ago and Far Away, sung by Dick Haynes. Very good, Dick, and I want to thank you for leading off our parade of guest singers.
Well, you're very welcome, Jack.
By the way, Dick, there's something I'd like to ask you. Would you consider being a regular member of my program?
Well, I don't know, Jack. It'll depend largely on the salary.
Salary?
Well, goodbye, Dick. It was nice knowing you.
Mary, stay out of this. Well, Dick, I don't know much about money matters, and I certainly wouldn't want to offend you by offering you too little. So what do you think would be a fair salary?
Well, I don't know, Jack. What were you paying Dennis?
Dennis, $35 a week. But then, you must remember, Dennis was with me 5 years. That's quite a long time, you know.
Well, what did Dennis get the first year?
The Purple Heart.
Mary, will you please be quiet? Dick and I are talking business. Well, what do you say, Dick?
Well, I don't know, Jack. $35 a week isn't quite the figure I had in mind.
Oh, you mean you'd want more than that?
Well, yes. A little more.
Well, I think we could talk about it. Just what do you expect?
$1,000.
$1,000.
Jack, that isn't so high.
It isn't, eh? You made his nose bleed.
Did not. Oh, they did not. It was nice of you to come up here to Seattle, and maybe some other time we'll be... Excuse me. Come in. Yes, what is it?
My name is John Carlson. I'm looking for my sweetheart. She followed your show here from Vancouver.
Oh, you mean Ruby Wagner. She was here a few minutes ago.
I gotta get her back. I've been in love with her ever since the day I met her. It was so romantic.
Look, I wish you'd take her back because...
I'll never forget how we met. I was standing on a street corner, and I whistled at a beautiful girl, and I got Ruby instead.
Well, I'll help you get her back.
Now my Ruby is gone. She wants to become a big success like her friend Mary Livingston.
John.
So she left me. We were so happy together.
I know.
And now she's gone. She's gone. You gotta make her come back to me. You gotta, please, please, please.
And Mr. Benny, not Mr. Anthony. My goodness.
I'm sorry if I broke down. Have you got a handkerchief, please?
Yes, here.
Thanks. My shoes are awful dusty.
Now, just a minute. I didn't give you my handkerchief to polish your shoes.
Well, gee whiz, if I find Ruby, do you want me to look like a slob?
That little handkerchief won't help, believe me.
Imagine Ruby wanting to go to Hollywood to be an actress. She ain't got no talent, and she ought to come home.
You're absolutely right. Why, she has no more chance of being Katharine Hepburn than you have of being another Jimmy Durante.
Jimmy Durante?
Yeah.
Listen to this.
I'm mortified, I say. I'm mortified.
John.
Hey, but where's the logic?
Now, look, John.
You over the head.
John.
You're not what he says. Consider yourself logic.
John.
I'm mortified, I tell you. So I says to him, be
Stop with that and get out of here.
What did you say, Junior?
I said get out of here.
My boy, you said that.
Never mind, go. What a couple they'll make, Katharine Hepburn and Jimmy Durante. I don't know why it is that everybody wants to be a movie actor.
Ah, you're right, Jack. It's so ridiculous. I don't see why people can't be happy just being what they are.
Yeah, that guy's as much like Durante as you are like Boyer.
Charles Boyer?
Yes.
Come with me to the cabin.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Come with me, my little pigeon, and I will buy you the most wonderful jewels in the world. A lustrous spring of greatness.
What?
Toasty brown greatness. Sweet as a nut and malty rich. Forgive me if I sound too passionate.
Don, this is going too far.
Quiet, Hetty.
Now, Don, cut it out. We've had enough imitations here.
But greatness is not an imitation. It's the real thing.
Don, I told you to stop it. You're not Charles Boyer. Although I bet the women wish you were.
You really think so, Jack?
Yeah, there'd be enough to go around. Imagine Satie Boyer. Now, look, let's stop all this nonsense. We're here to entertain the boys. Unless someone can imitate Ann Sheridan, cut it out.
Hey, if it's glamour you're looking for, Jackson, I'm loaded. Hiya, fellas.
Phil, now that you've made that great big noisy entrance, let me tell you something. There's nothing glamorous about you.
Oh, there ain't, huh?
No.
What are you talking about? I was over to the Waves barracks, and they've got a great big picture of me up on the wall.
Wait a minute. What were you doing in the Waves barracks?
Putting up my picture.
That's what I thought.
Say, Phil, what does Alice write you about the new baby?
Oh, the baby? She's a cute little thing, and Alice says she resembles me so much, we're just like twins.
Really?
Yeah, Alice says that even when the kid cries, it sounds like that's what I like about the South.
Well, don't worry. She'll grow out of it.
Yeah.
And now that you're here, Phil, how about playing a band number?
Okay, I'll tell you what, Jackson. I'm going to play Alabama Bound. You know, that's from Eddie Cantor's new picture, Show Business.
Well, this is a swell time to do it, Phil, because tonight... Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bennett. This is Rochester.
Well, I'm glad you called, Rochester. Did you get everything packed?
Everything, boss. And already checked out the hotel.
Good.
But you know, Mr. Bennett, you ought to consider the purchase of some new luggage.
What's wrong with the luggage I have?
Well, I feel so silly walking through the lobby with 2 bird cages full of socks.
Oh, you do, huh?
The birds don't like it either.
Now, don't be ridiculous.
And another thing, boss, that old suitcase of yours broke open right in the middle of the lobby, and man, what a mess.
You mean my things fell out?
Part of yours and part of mine.
Well, that's embarrassing. Did you pick them up?
I picked up yours, mine soaked right into the road.
Soaked into the rug? What are you laughing at?
I know a vacuum cleaner that's going to have an awful hangover tomorrow.
Well, I don't care about that. Did you pick up everything that belongs to me?
Everything but your toupee.
My toupee, what happened to that?
Some nearsighted woman put a leash on it and let it away.
What?
Last time I saw it, it won a blue ribbon at the dog show.
Well, it's your fault it's lost, and I'm going to take it out of your salary.
Oh, not this week, boss. You know, yesterday was the Kentucky Derby, and I made a little wager.
Oh, so you lost again, eh? When did your horse come in?
In the cool of the evening.
Well, you're not going to get any sympathy from me in Rochester. I'll meet you at the station right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I just got a letter from home, and we ought to be getting back there.
Why?
The calla lilies are in bloom again. Rare they are. Those great big beautiful calla lilies.
Never mind that. Goodbye. When will that guy ever learn? Oh, well, go ahead and play, Phil. Go ahead. song from Eddie Cantor's new picture, and congratulations, Eddie, on your 35th year in showbiz.
Say, Jackson, do you mind if I leave right after the show?
Why?
Well, one of the aviators told me as soon as the program's over, he's going to take me to see a lynx trainer.
Well, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I've always wanted to meet the guy that trains them lynx.
Well, a lynx trainer is not someone who trains animals. A lynx trainer is Don, you tell him what a lynx trainer is.
Okay. Well, you see, Phil, a link trainer is a mechanical device that's used to teach aviators flying flies.
Yes, that's it.
See, Don is smart, aren't you, Jack?
Yeah.
In fact, Phil, it's one of the greatest inventions since Orville and Wilbur Wright invented the airplane.
Orville and Wilbur Wright?
Yes, Phil. And now, since we're playing here at a naval air station, let's give the boys our version of the invention of the airplane. Take it down.
In the year 1903, two brothers, Orville and Wilbur, lived in obscurity, not knowing that someday they would become world-famous inventors. One day, early in the afternoon, Orville was sitting at his workbench while Wilbur was standing by the window, staring out into space, thinking.
Wilbur, what are you thinking about?
I don't know, Orville. I'm just looking out the window, watching them birds fly up to their nest.
Now,
Say, Orville, I was just a-wondering, why can't people do what the birds do?
Now, hold on, Wilbur. Eggs ain't that expensive. Not yet.
Oh, I don't mean that, Orville. I mean, why can't we fly like a bird?
Fly like a bird, Wilbur? Sometimes you get the darndest ideas. Come in.
Hello, boys.
Well, if it ain't Kitty Hawk.
You boys look busy. What are you inventing today?
You wouldn't believe it, Kitty, but Wilbur here is talking about inventing a contraption that'll make a man fly like a bird.
Man, fly like a bird up in the air?
Why, sure.
Oh, what's the use of being up there? Everything you want is down here.
How do you know? You ain't been up there. Anyway, Kitty, I'm going to stick with Wilbur. If he wants to invent a flying machine, I'm with him.
Atta boy, Orville. Now, let's get busy. When we build this machine, we're going to call it the aeroplane.
And I got a great idea. You know those horse-drawn trolley cars they got now?
Yeah.
Well, we'll invent a horse-drawn aeroplane.
A horse-drawn aeroplane? How in the world are you going to keep a horse up in the air?
Oh, Kitty, listen, we're going to have enough trouble trying to keep up the aeroplane. The horse is just going to have to look out for himself.
Stand aside, Kitty. We're going to build this flying machine right here and now. Well, there it is. All finished.
How'd you do it so fast?
Used to work at Boeing. Let's see. All we got to do now is... I'll take it, Wilbur. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Orville. This is Alexander Graham Bell.
Oh, hello, Alex. What's up?
Lenny, you never guessed what I did this morning.
What?
I invented the telephone.
You did? Well, doggone, Alex, we're your best friends. Why didn't you call us sooner?
I tried to, but there was a 2-hour delay between Seattle and Whidbey Island.
Well, we're busy. Can't talk to you now, Alex. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You know, Wilbur, Alex Bell just invented the telephone, but I don't think it'll ever work.
Oh, come on, Orville. Now stop the fooling around. Let's get on with this aeroplane. Let's get it outdoors.
Okay, you lift up the tail. I'll carry the fuselage in. Let's go. Easy there, easy.
Easy does it. Here we are.
Okay, now we're ready for the experiment. Here's the crank handle, Wilbur. I'll get in. You wind her up.
Hey, wait a minute, Orville. You can't fly that thing.
Why not?
You ain't got no priority.
Priority? What's that?
That's something you got to get before they can take it away from you.
No. Well, I'll get one later. Okay, Wilbur, take the crank handle and wind her up.
Okay, you ready?
Ready.
There you are. She's all wound up.
Okay, let her go.
She's only a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful thing.
I knew we shouldn't have used the motor out of that old phonograph.
Oh, it didn't hurt nothing, Orville. Just take the record out.
Okay. There. Now, Wilbur, give that propeller a spin, see what happens.
Okay. Contact.
Stand back from her, Orville. Stand back from her.
Fire again, Wilbur.
Okay. Orville, contact.
If we're running, everybody in.
Come on, Kitty.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay. Orville, contact.
If we're running, everybody in.
Come on, Kitty.
Okay.
Here we go.
Well, what do we do now?
Fire again, Wilbur. If it won't work now, we'll just invent the parachute. Let somebody else worry about this. Go ahead, contact. Okay, here we go. Hey, we're going up.
Yeah, we're flying.
Yippee, Wilbur, with a good chance she flies.
Yes, sirree. Now let's take her down and tell the world we invented the aeroplane.
Okay, take her down. Wilbur, you made a perfect landing.
Right in somebody's backyard.
That's right, we did. Oh, here comes somebody. Let's get out of here.
You landed right here, my calla lilies. You spoiled my great big beautiful calla lilies rodeo, dear.
Of course I did, and I'm glad. Do you hear? I'm glad I did. If I land again, I'll do it again.
And now, friends, just a few words about crisp, crunchy, morally rich grape nuts.
Say, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, it's you, Ruby.
Yeah, do you think I ought to go back to my boyfriend?
Now, Ruby, I'm really not qualified to give advice to the lovelorn. And now, friends, about grape nuts.
Why, you're always giving advice.
Oh, I'm not.
You are. You advise people to eat grape nuts.
That's not advice to the lovelorn. And now...
It is.
It isn't. And now, friends...
You say eat a good breakfast, do a better job.
I know I do, but what...
Well, if my boyfriend ate a good breakfast, maybe he could do a better job of persuading me to go back home, see?
Well, Ruby, who would have believed it? You're right.
I know, I always am.
Well, I wouldn't say that. But, friends, it is true. Eat a good breakfast, you'll do a better job. And if you include morally rich grape nuts in your breakfast, you'll be doing yourself a big favor. But grape nuts provide all-around nourishment, whole grain nourishment. One kind of nourishment nutrition experts say we need every day. Iron, niacin, vitamin B1 plus protein. So give yourself a swell start for the day and make tempting sweet as a nut grape nut your feature breakfast dish.
Good night, folks.
I met a friend. She said to me, try grape nut wheat meal, and you'll be delighted with this grand new treat. It's luscious and it's all whole wheat.
Men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, a rebroadcast of The Jack Benny Show with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Jack Benny's special guest singer, and Don Wilson.
Gentlemen, as you all know, radio is one of the world's greatest mediums of entertainment. All week long, you are entertained by your radio. On Monday, you hear The Cavalcade of America. On Tuesday, it's Bob Hope. Wednesday, Eddie Cantor. On Thursday, you hear Bing Crosby. Friday, Amos and Andy. On Saturday, it's Truth or Consequences. And on Sunday, you wait for none other than Jack Benny. Who? On Sunday, you listen to Jack Benny. Look, fat boy, this is a free country. When Sunday comes around, you listen to what you like, and I'll listen to what I like. Oh, yeah!
have you had enough? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't want your teeth kicked in, you better listen to Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, fellas, it certainly is great being here at Camp Adair. Yes, sir. It's really...
Hey, Mr. Benny, can I go now?
Certainly you can go. We don't force anybody to listen to this program. If you want to hear it, we're happy. If you don't want to hear it, it's up to you. Don, untie him. Go ahead.
Okay.
There you are. You can go now.
Take the anchor off my foot, too.
Oh, get out of here.
Who was that guy, Jack?
I don't know. He told me he was a talking horse, so I thought it'd be a novelty on the program. Anyway, Don, now that he's gone, these boys have waited long enough to be entertained. So let's start out with that joke I wrote.
Oh, you mean the one about the soldier on leave?
Yeah, this'll kill him. I mean, it's made to order for these guys, you know? Oh, really? They'll love it. Okay, here goes. Say, Don, what's the difference between a soldier on leave and a flea on a cat's stomach?
I don't know, Jack. What is the difference between a soldier on leave and a flea on a cat's stomach?
One's on furlough and the other's on low fur. Oh, Betty, if you were any sharper, you'd cut yourself. Great gag, isn't it, Don?
It certainly is, Jack.
Yeah, it's a shame to tell that clever stuff so early in the program. But we might as well start off with a bang. It helps the... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas. Say, Jack.
What?
As I walked in, I saw a fella come out of here, and he looked like he lost an argument with a Sherman tank.
Oh, that was some wise guy, a Mr. Fitch or somebody, interrupted the start of the program. So Don beat him up.
Don beat him up?
Yeah. I thought I'd never get to tell that gag about the furlough and the low fur.
Jack, did you tell that joke here?
Yes, why?
Don beat up the wrong guy.
What are you talking about? When I pull that gag, these boys screamed at it.
I know, Jack, but when they pull their hair out at the same time, that's not good.
Well, maybe you're right. Anyway, if you want to know something, I was tricked into telling that furlough joke. I didn't even write it.
And where'd you get it?
I have a lend-lease agreement with Fred Allen. Imagine him sending me a lousy gag like that after the gem I sent him.
Jim?
Yeah, listen to this, Don. Here's the one I sent Allen. Allen says to Jimmy Wallington...
Say, Jimmy, why does a corporal have such a tough time in the Army?
And Jimmy says, I don't know, Fred. Then Allen says,
a corporal has such a tough time in the Army because he already has 2 stripes against him.
Listen to the audience razzing Allen. It serves them right.
Jack, let me get this straight. You told Alan's joke here on the West Coast, and Alan is going to tell your joke on the East Coast?
Yeah, what about it?
I'd hate to be in Kansas City, trapped in the middle.
Mary, if you don't appreciate good comedy, then there's no use. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Here I am again.
Look, we untied you, so you... Say, what are you doing in that uniform?
I just enlisted in the Army.
You did?
Yeah, if you're a civilian, I want to be on the other side. Bye.
What a smart. I bet he won't last in the Army 2 hours.
Well, I hope he isn't the guy that's going to drive us back in that Jeep tonight.
Are we going back in one of those things?
Yeah, why?
Well, that's the way they brought me here. I was sitting in the back seat, and every time we hit a bump, oh, brother.
What do you mean? What do you mean, oh, brother?
Don, for years the slogan was the Army travels on its stomach. And then somebody invented the Jeep. Well, if we're going back in the Jeep, I better have Rochester bring my overcoat. I'll call my hotel. He must be in my room packing, I think.
Hello, Hotel Benton.
Operator, this is Jack Benny. Give me my room.
Very well. Shall I wrap it up or will you in
at the Brass Duck.
Oh, well, get me my room. It's 425.
Yes, sir. I was working at the Brass Duck when I got fired for dancing with a customer.
That's too bad. Now, will you please get me my
We
room?
were jitterbugging, and boy, can he jitterbug.
Miss, all I want is my room. Now, will you please get it for me? It's 4...
Bad enough I got fired, but the boss accused me of stealing.
Look, miss.
Was it my fault if my foot got stuck in a cuspidor?
Now, wait a minute. I don't care anything about your job at the Brass Duck. All I want
Hey, you sound like the guy I danced with. What did you do with my lipstick?
Now, hold on a minute. You got the wrong party.
Oh, well, then I'm sorry I bothered you. Goodbye.
Miss, hello. How do you like that? She hung up. Oh, well, I'll call later. By the orchestra. And now, fellas...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't give me no brush off. Tell them whose orchestra. What? Well, let me have a little billing. Tell these soldiers here's whose band that is.
Phil, I don't have to tell them. When they see 18 men wearing overalls, no shoes, and fatigued faces, they know whose band it is, believe me.
Well, I don't care about the band. I'm talking about me. You didn't give me no introduction.
Introduction?
Yeah, me, Bill Harris, the kid with $1 million personality.
Huh?
And 175 pounds of glamour.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you, Phil.
No wonder I got an inferiority complex.
Inferiority complex? You're about as shy as a hand grenade. And not only...
Oh, Jack, why don't you leave Phil alone? It isn't his fault that he's better looking than you are.
Who said he was better looking than I am?
I did.
You did? Phil, do you mean to say that you go around telling people you're better looking than me?
No, I don't make no personal issue out of it. I just say I'm better looking than anybody.
Well, now I've heard everything. You know, Phil, you amaze me. You're the only fellow I ever met that always talks about himself. Just once in a while, Phil. Once in a while. It's nice to talk about the other fellow. Get the idea?
Yeah, I think I do, Jackson, and I think you're right. Come on, let's try it. Now, I meet you on the street and you greet me.
Okay. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Jackson. Did you have a good breakfast this morning?
Yes, Phil, I had a wonderful breakfast this morning.
Well, I'm still better looking than you are.
Well, there's no use explaining anything to you.
Say, Jack.
What?
Forget about Phil. If we're going back in that Jeep, you better try and get Rochester again.
Oh, yes. I wanted to bring my overcoat. Mary, you get the number. I don't want to get in another fight with that telephone operator.
Okay.
Drives me nuts anyway. Silly Jane.
Hotel Benton. Will you get me room 425, please?
Yes, ma'am, and you can tell Mr. Benny he's a coward.
Here, Jack. She's ringing your room.
Okay, I'll take it.
Hello?
Hello, temporary headquarters of Mr. Benny. Star of stage, screen, radio, and television, whether it's listening or looking, he's open for booking.
Rochester, this is Mr. Benny.
Oh,
Rochester, they're taking us back in the Jeep, and I don't want to catch cold. So will you bring my...
But, boss, I saw you put it on when you left this morning.
My coat?
Oh, I thought you wanted your hair.
I wanted my coat. It'll be cold.
Then you better take your hair, too. It's got earmuffs.
Only when I part it in the middle. Now bring my coat. I'll bring my coat over here right away.
But, boss, I got a date. Besides, you promised me I could have this Sunday off.
Sunday off, Sunday off. Look at these soldiers here. They work every day in the week.
Yeah, but look at the dough they're getting.
They're not getting much more than you are. But if you want our household run on a military basis, it's all right with me.
It's part military now.
Rochester, you're just making that up.
Not the military part. Remember when we were home and you locked me in the guardhouse for 10 days?
Yes? What are you laughing at?
If you didn't have to come in there every morning to wash up, I'd have never got out.
Never mind that and bring my overcoat here right away.
Okay, General. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, that Rochester. Tell you, if he wasn't a private, I'd demote him. And now, in keeping with the spirit of the day, the boys have selected one soldier to represent them on our program. And he's going to sing a song for us. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Private First Class Luther Balliet of the 276th Infantry. What's the number going to be, Luther?
I'm going to sing It's a Lovely Way to Spend an Evening.
Not in Corvallis. It'll go right ahead. Anyway. Go right ahead. An evening sung by Private First Class Luther Balliet. And very good, Luther. It was a great pleasure having you with us.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
And I want to tell you something, Luther. You're in a great outfit and a great branch of the service. The good old infantry. If I was a year or two younger, the infantry is the branch of the service I'd like to be in. Oh, yeah? Tell them what happened when they let you go marching yesterday. Well...
Go on, Jack. Tell Luther.
Oh, Mary, he's not interested.
Well, then I'll tell him.
Mary, will you please...
Listen, Luther, Jack wanted to show how rugged he was, so he asked the sergeant if he could march with the soldiers.
Mary, now will you please...
We all went along because we wanted to see how Jack could take it. We were out with for about a half an hour, and...
Nothing like a good hike.
Yeah, we must have gone about 6 miles, and I don't even feel tired. How about you, Jack?
Oh, I feel fine, except that my shoes are beginning to bother me.
Really?
Yeah, I wonder where I left them.
Why, Jack, I didn't even notice you weren't wearing shoes. When did you take them off?
When his arches fell and sent out an SOS.
I didn't take my shoes off. They just dropped behind. Here they come now. Oh. Here. Help me out with them, Rochester.
Okay. Hey, you. Benny.
Yes, sir?
Why don't you keep up with the company? This is the third time we've had to come back for you.
Well, I'm sorry, but I got a little tired.
Well, it's your own fault. You shouldn't have tried to march with these young men.
Wait a minute. Are you insinuating that I'm old?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said
Rochester, stop helping him.
All right, let's get going. The red test!
Find a soft spot to sit down.
Okay.
Here's the place. Ah. Oh, boy, this feels good.
All right, everybody. Up on your feet, man.
What?
All right. Yes.
Forward hash. Hey, wait a minute. Give me a chance to get my breath, will you?
I'll run ahead and stop them.
Oh, let them go. We can find our way back to camp.
Oh, Jack, let's not turn back. This is fun.
Fun?
Certainly, Jack. We ought to keep hiking a little more. Walking is good for the figure.
It is not good for the figure.
It is, too.
Oh, yeah? Well, there are 10 million soldiers in the American Army who go out on 20-mile hikes every week, and not one of them looks like Lana Turner. Now, let's get back, will you? Come on, follow me, will you, fellas?
We should have stuck with the soldiers, Jack. Now we're lost.
Yeah, I wonder where that trail is. We're either in the jungle or in the middle of Coral Valleys here. Let's try this direction. That ought to take us somewhere.
Roll out, brother. You're faded.
Rochester! Rochester, get up. That's a rattlesnake. Rochester, I told you that's a rattlesnake.
So what? His money's as good as anybody.
Stop acting so silly. It'll be dark soon, and we won't be...
Oh, look, Jack. There's a soldier over there in that clearing.
Oh, yeah. Hey, soldier! Soldier!
Yes, sir?
How do we get to Camp Adair?
Just take that trail to the left.
Thanks. Come on, gang.
Hey, everybody, come over here and take a look at this sign.
sign. What does it say?
I don't know, but I think it's in English.
Here it is. It says infiltration course. What does that mean?
Huh?
What does that mean, Jack?
I don't know. I guess it's Army talk for shortcut. Let's go through it. Follow me, kids.
Hey, those are bullets.
Yeah, are we being shot at?
I don't know, boss. Let's lie down until we talk it over.
I wonder who... Down, everybody, down! Flat on your stomach! Wilson, lie down!
I am lying down!
Well, then stand up. You make less of a target. Say, this must be the course where they train the soldiers with live ammunition. Rochester, stand up and see where they're firing from.
I ain't that curious!
Those soldiers don't know we're here. I'll stand up and let them see me.
They saw you. I better stand up and let them see me.
They see you. They see you, Mary. Hey, look, they're waving at us. Hey, there go the soldiers we started out with. They're on their way back to camp. Come on, let's join them. Come on, gang. Follow me.
The Jack Benny Show is rebroadcast especially for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations. Now we turn the remainder of the program over to the Benny bandmaster, Phil Harris. Music, Phil.
This is a G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. Jive. Roodly-toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Boot, then you wash and dress, more or less. You go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Fed. Jack, when you convalesce, out of your seat, into the street, make with the feet, reach. Now, if you're a PFC, your duty is to salute L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KB on the duty. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called fluid drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bum, a clunk. Man alive, they give you a private tank that features a little device called fluid drive. Jack, if you survive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be right back digging that G.I. Jive.
Armed Forces Radio Service.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, transcribed, written by Jack Douglas and Marvin Fisher, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, John Hubbard, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, the orchestra under the direction of Skip Martin, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. First, a word from RCA Victor.
Announcing the world's most wanted 21-inch television at the lowest price in history. The Master 21 by RCA Victor.
25 million American families helped RCA Victor build the Master 21. From TV owners everywhere, we've gotten the facts on what you want in a television set.
First, 21-inch television.
Second, table model television.
Third, a simple cabinet.
Fourth, clear, strong, steady pictures.
That's what you said you want, and that's what you get in RCA Victor's new Master 21. 21-inch table model TV with television's finest pictures. You get the chassis with the same powerful picture performance that in test after test rated higher than sets costing many dollars more. You get the magic monitor, rotomatic tuning, golden throat fidelity sound. The price? As little as $199.95.
How can RCA Victor deliver such value at such low cost at so low a price? The answer is found in two words. RCA Victor Know How. RCA Victor Research, the greatest in the industry, joins with RCA Victor Production, also the greatest in the industry, to bring you this low-priced quality receiver that sets a new standard of value. See the new Master 21 at your RCA Victor dealers now. Only $199.95. And remember, every year, more people buy RCA Victor than any other television. The stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, as our show opens today, Phil Harris and his wife Alice are driving from their home in Encino toward Hollywood. And although it's a lovely California day, Mr. Harris isn't happy. In fact, the only thing that would make life worth living for him right now would be a new 1954 automobile.
Phil, every year at this time you get this uncontrollable yen for a new car. And it's so silly.
There's nothing silly about it. I've been driving this car long enough. And it was secondhand when I got it.
It runs all right as far as I can see.
Honey, that's because you're not mechanical-minded. This car's beginning to fall to pieces. That's the last time I'm ever going to buy a used car.
But the car was guaranteed, wasn't it? Who owned it before you did? What did the salesman say?
He told me the car had been driven only 50,000 miles by a careful San Diego sailor. It's the only car I've ever seen with tattooed sidewalls. It's the truth. I don't mind that, but it's the things he tattooed on there. You haven't seen anything till you see Lily St. Cyr do a muscle dance at 30 miles an hour. Every cop on the freeway's developing revolving eyeballs.
Oh, honey, you'd say just about anything to have an excuse for buying a new car.
Wait a minute. It's not that, Alice. These big cars are beginning to look corny. Besides, I'm working in that picture, The High and the Mighty, and everybody in it has a little foreign sports car, like a Jaguar.
A Jaguar? Honey, just give me one good reason why you should drive around town in an open sports car.
Because I got a velvet beanie for Christmas, and I want to see if the propeller turns.
Phil,
What?
what are you stopping here for?
Oh, I told Elliot I'd drop by and pick him up. He's having a business conference here.
Here? In this shabby neighborhood?
Yeah, this is the place, all right. I'll be back in a minute, honey.
Okay.
Oh, there he is over there. Hi, Elliot.
Oh, just 1 minute. I'll be with you just as soon as I made this decision. Gentlemen, I'm compelled to weigh this situation from every angle. If I pursue the one course of action, I run the risk of a sizable financial loss. Whereas, on the other hand, while the safer course is rather promising, I feel that there comes a time in every man's life when he is forced to take a gamble. Gentlemen, I have reached a decision. The 12 ball in the side pocket. Well, you can't win every time. Here's my quarter. See you later, gentlemen. Come on, Curly.
Look, Elliot, why do you waste so much time in a pool hall?
Curly, don't get on me all the time. I have to pick up a buck or two shooting pool. I'm not the executive type like my brother. He amassed a fortune.
Legitimately?
Sure. He thought of something nobody ever thought of before. He counterfeits special delivery stamps.
He counterfeits special delivery stamps?
Yeah, that's the simplest thing in the world. He takes a 3-cent stamp and he paints a bicycle under George Washington.
Is that the same brother who puts the beer caps on the railroad tracks so he can use them in the telephone?
Yeah. It's getting so the operator doesn't say number, please. She says, what do you have? Oh, hello, Alice.
Well, finally. That must have been quite a conference.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Did you mind waiting?
Oh, no. What girl wouldn't like to sit all alone in a car in such a delightful neighborhood? I've been sitting here watching the sun go down behind the brewery.
Yeah. Ain't that a beautiful brewery? Would you believe it 14 years ago there was nothing there but an orange grove?
Come on, Elliot. Get in the car. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, okay. You drive, huh? You go down 3rd Street here, Curly, and then you take a left.
I know.
Wait a minute. There's something here I don't understand. First of all, Phil talks me into taking a ride. Then he picks you up. I don't get it. Sounds like a plot.
No, honey. Believe me, it's no plot.
Oh, no. Curly just called me up and he said, come on, Elliot, I'm going down and buy a new English automobile.
What?
Yeah. It's that new British car, the Thunder Jet 8.
Oh, Phil.
Now, just a second, Alice. Now, please. Now, don't get excited, Alice. I didn't say that I was going to buy it. I just said that we'd look at it, that's all.
Yeah. And the next thing I know, you're bringing it home.
Look, Alice. Now, don't make any decisions until you see this British Thunder Jet. Oh, I know you're going to fall in love with it. What a car, Alice. It's got 7 speeds forward, 4 carburetors, 3 exhaust pipes, and it goes 240 miles an hour. And it's got...
Well, why has it got 3 exhaust pipes?
Why has it got 3 exhaust pipes? I said just like a woman.
Why has it got 3 exhaust
Why has it? Well, anybody knows the first exhaust pipe is to exhaust the exhaust.
Yeah, and the second exhaust pipe?
Well, the second exhaust pipe is to exhaust the overflow exhaust from the first exhaust. Couldn't be any simpler.
Yeah. But what's that third exhaust pipe for?
The third exhaust pipe?
Yeah.
Didn't you hear me say it goes 240 miles an hour?
Yeah.
It's for skywriting, Clyde.
Well, I can see what I'm up against now. It looks like Heathcliff is going to have a British car or he'll spend the next fortnight pouting in his toddy.
Oh, honey, you're a doll. You're the sweetest little wife that ever opened up her checkbook. Well, what do you know? Hey, look, we're here already. There's the British Thunderjet Agency right there. Hello, sir. I came in. Well, I'd kind of like to take a peek at that Thunderjet car. I'd sure like to take a look.
Oh, you would you? My dear man, go away, have your shoes shined, your baggy pants pressed, get your hair cut, then come back and I may let you peek at it through a sterilized window.
Hey, Curly, I think I'll wait in the truck.
Wait. Look, mister, you don't know who you're talking to.
That's true. And I'd like to keep it that way.
Look, mister, I think there's been...
Oh, I beg your pardon, madam. I didn't see you there, or I wouldn't have been talking to your chauffeur.
He ain't no chauffeur, mister. He always wears those leather bow ties because they're smog resistant.
Oh, look, Ellie, leave it. Look, mister, now you sell British Thunderjet cars, don't you?
We deplore the word sell. Each year, the British Thunderjet people export 5 of them to America. Then, by careful research, we endeavor to find 5 gentlemen worthy of this exclusive motor vehicle. Now, sir, can you qualify as a gentleman?
Gee, Curly, you didn't even get to the semifinals.
Hey, now, wait a minute now. Now, look, mister, my heart is set on owning one of these British Thunderjets, but, well, if I can't... Well, hey, look, mister, would it be asking too much if I could just take one look at it?
Well, Lord Cravington will never forgive me, but...
Did you say Lord Cravington?
Yes, he's the one who selects the future Thunderjet owners.
Come on, Curly, I got a wonderful idea.
What?
Don't stand there. Let's get outside.
But I want to see
Come on, will you? Outside.
Oh, look, Elliot, what are you rushing me out here for?
Curly, that guy ain't going to help you. The only one that can get you one of these cars is Lord Cravington. And he happens to be staying at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
Well, what about it?
Here's my plan. Listen to this.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, Elliot, that's wonderful.
Sure.
Hey, Alice, Elliot's got a great idea how I can get a British Thunderjet.
Oh, fine. I'll be at the house. Just call me when you need the bail money. Life is just a bowl of cherries. Don't take it serious. Life's too mysterious. You work, you slave, you worry so, but you can't take your dough when you go, go, go. Keep repeating it's the berry. The strongest oak must fall. The sweet things in life to you were just loans, so how can you lose what you never owned? Life is just a bowl of cherries, so live and laugh at it all. Life is just a bowl of cherries. Don't take it serious. Life's too mysterious. You work, you slave, you worry so, but you can't take your dough when you go, go, go. Keep repeating it's the berries. The strongest oak must fall. The sweet things in life to you were just loans, so how can you lose what you never owned? Life is just a bowl of cherries, so live and laugh at it all. know, Phil, even if I do say it myself, the dinner table looks lovely.
Yeah.
You know, I still don't know how Elliot got Lord Cravington to agree to come to dinner at our house.
Psychology, Alice, psychology. Elliot figured the guys in the strange country must be dying for some English food. So Elliot promised him a genuine old English meal, a typical British dinner. Pretty smart, huh?
Yeah.
Alice, you don't realize how hungry these Englishmen get for some real British food. Why, just last week, Sir Cedric Hardwick got so desperate for some British pot roast, he took a bite out of Charles Lawton. It was an outside cut, too.
Well, I'm going in and get the place cards. See you later, honey.
Yeah, hon. Now, let's see if everything looks cultured enough. Box of cigarettes. English ovals, naturally. And that old print I borrowed of the Tower of London. Then, of course, my own coat of arms, which I dug out for the occasion. Yes, sir. I'll bet Lord Cravington has never seen anything like the Harris coat of arms. Just look at that. 2 cross bottles rampant on a field of pickled ham hocks. My family goes back to the House of Lords. Quite often. There'll always be an England, and England shall
back
be...
and I've taken care of everything.
Oh. Who are you going to get to furnish that food? Romanoff's British department or what? How are you going to...
No. Why should we lay out loot like that? You see this book? It's a genuine old English cookbook. And look here on page 5. Here's what we're going to have. The Royal Hunt Dinner. When Lord Cravington throws a stiff upper lip over this feast, he'll blow his trumpet.
Well, how do you know if this cookbook here's a real McCoy?
Well, look at this recipe. How to stuff a Yorkshire pudding and with what? Listen to what it says. It says, take ye old crock. Put on ye old stove. Add ye old pinch of ye old English herbs.
Wait a minute. Where'd you get this book?
At ye old Sears and Roebuck.
Elliot, what's the matter?
Now, relax. I borrowed it from the library. Come on now, Curly, let's put on our aprons.
Elliot, how are we going to cook an old English dinner? Where are we going to get the ingredients? There's stuff in this cookbook I never heard of before.
I took care of that. When are you going to learn to trust me? I had Julius out since 6 o'clock this morning rounding up the stuff. Now, according to the book, what we need first to mix the sauce is a 3-foot-deep hand-wrought pewter cauldron, such as Lady Guinevere presented to Sir Lancelot at the Battle of Wickenham Moors.
He ain't got nothing like that.
Well, then we'll have to use the 3-inch deep frying pan that Lady Alice gave to Philip at the Battle of Encino.
Very funny. Elliot, it's getting late. Now, where's Julius? Are you
Will
sure?
you just relax? He's driving in the driveway right now.
Well, thank goodness. Now, what else do we need in the way of utensils?
Well, how you fix for flaming swords?
Oh, we're long on those.
I tell you what we will need. You better go down in the basement and get a bottle of chutney. The 3-Star brand.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute, Malcolm.
Yeah, there'll always be an England.
Anybody home? I found the groceries.
Hey, Julius, about time you got here.
About time I got here. I've been running all over town trying to find the weird ingredients you sent me after. Some of that junk ain't been in existence for over 200 years. Like that Canary Island spice turtle tail. And I looked and I looked and I looked. I finally found one.
Where?
Why does the turtle usually wear his tail?
You mean you went to the turtle tank at the zoo?
Don't worry, he's still swimming. But it's uphill all the way.
Nah, Julius, it'll be worth it. Hey, did you bring the main thing, the entree?
You mean the boar's head?
Yeah. The boar's head. The main course.
That was a pretty thing to get. I run my little legs off, but here it is.
Gee, that's a big one, isn't it? And it's on a wooden platter.
Yeah. I snatched it off the wall at the Elks Club.
Well, just set it on the kitchen table there. Man, this animal must have been ferocious, huh? Look at those whiskers, the big nostrils, those red eyes.
Hey, I found it. Ye gods, what happened to Don Wilson?
Girl, that's a boar's head.
Boar's head? What's that for?
We're going to cook it. That's what they have to eat in England.
That's all they got to eat in England?
Yeah.
No wonder they're all taking bites off Charles Lawton. Elliot, how can you cook this? It's as hard as a rock.
Oh, it'll soften up, Mr. Harris. All you have to do is put it in a tub of water and boil it.
How long?
Oh, it ought to be done along about the 1st of June.
No, it won't take any time at all, Curly. Just pick up Wilbur and drop him in that boiling water.
Okay, Wilbur?
Yeah, that's what I named the boar's head. Well, drop it in. What are you waiting for?
It's the way he's looking at me. He looks like my commanding officer after he talked back to the witch doctor. Hello?
Hello, this is the smog control chairman. There's a big cloud of smoke over your house. What's going on over there?
We're having an Englishman for dinner.
Well, stick a fork in him. I think he's done.
Well, let's see now. We've been boiling this boar's head for 2 hours, and we put in everything the book says. It's got a kind of a peculiar odor. Maybe it needs a little more boiling. Stir it up a little bit, Elliot.
You stir it, Curly. You're wearing a space helmet.
Hey, Elliot, I think this thing is done. The broth tastes real good.
Let me try it. Tastes a little bit like a sautéed tennis ball. Hey, that has to be Lord Cravington now. Hurry up, Julius. Get into your English footman's outfit. Don't forget you're serving the dinner.
No, Mr. Lewis. You give me $5 to do this, but I can't go through with it.
Julius, Lord Cravington is here.
But look at them clothes Mr. Lewis got me. A white starch Buster Brown collar, sateen knee breeches with silk stockings and patent leather shoes with silver buckles. What am I going to do, serve the dinner or do a tango with Arthur Murray?
Julius, I'm not going to let you stand between me and that British sports car. Now get into that outfit while I answer the door.
Oh, Lord Cravington, that was a very amusing story. Here, have another cup of tea.
Thank you, no, Miss Faye. I'm afraid to drink any more tea. It might spoil my appetite.
Uh-huh.
And I've been so looking forward to a good English home-cooked meal. By the way, do you have a British chef?
No, Lord. You see, I cooked the whole meal myself.
You, cooked it, Mr. Harris?
Yep.
I think I will have another cup of tea.
Wait a minute, Governor. Don't use a new bag. There's a couple of good sloshes left in mine.
Mr. Harris, did I understand you to say that you spent some time in England?
Oh, to be sure. Quite.
Yes, lovely old country England. What part did you visit?
Of this? Oh, yes. It was someplace up north.
Oh, then it must have been around Newcastle on Tyne.
No, that doesn't sound like it.
No? Oh, I know. Then it must have been around Shropshire on the dunes.
No, this was way beyond that. This was a little railroad stop. This was called bristles on the thigh.
Bristles on the thigh?
Yeah, it comes right after shaving on the leg.
Oh, yes. Jolly good, isn't it, eh? Oh, bristles on the shaving on the left. Yes, yes. Devastatingly funny, old chap. Devastatingly funny. American humor, poor things. Nevertheless, I must remember to tell that to Winnie.
Mr. and Mrs. Harris is proud to announce that dinner is safe.
Oh, good. Come on, everyone. Let's all sit down, huh? Lord Cravington, just wait till you see the special dish we prepared especially in your honor. Julius, you may serve Lord Cravington first. Take the cover off.
Where did you get a whiff of this, Your Majesty, ship?
There you are, Lord Cravington. I'll bet you didn't expect to see anything like that so far from home.
Frankly, I didn't. How did it get here? Was it washed up on the beach?
Oh, Lord Cravington, see, this is English delicacy. It's boiled boar's head.
Oh. Well, how do you eat it?
No formality, Lord. You just take a bite and pass it. That's what them rings in the ears are for.
Wait a minute, Lord Cravington. Where you going? Lord Cravington. Lord Cravington, you forgot your umbrella. I'll be back in a minute, Alice.
Gee, I always thought that Englishmen were polite. He just got up and left.
Yeah, he didn't even curtsy.
I did, but he didn't.
And after all the trouble you went...
Hey, Elliot, let me shake your hand. That was the greatest idea you ever had. Lord Cravington is letting me have a British Thunderjet in the morning. We made a deal.
Really, Phil?
Yeah, having this old English dinner did the trick.
But, Curly, he didn't even take a bite.
That's the deal. I get the car if he doesn't have to eat the dinner. 1946, RCA Victor Know-How creates America's first post-war table model TV. 1950, and every year since, RCA Victor has put more TV sets into American homes than any other maker. 1954, RCA Victor combines the industry's greatest research and production facilities to bring you the Master 21, America's most wanted 21-inch television at the lowest price in history.
Only $199.95. Think of it. RCA Victor 21-inch television for as little as $199.95. Here is television with all the famous RCA Victor TV features. Here is RCA Victor quality at a price everyone can afford.
It's at your dealers now. The Master 21 by RCA Victor. First in television.
This year, 1954, may be the showdown year in the 16-year fight of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis Against Polio. Give your share to the March of Dimes Fund, for this year's giving may be the giving that wins. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed were Jerry Desmond, Jerry Hausner, and Frank Nelson. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. This has been an NBC Radio Network production. This music's from RCA Victor's on-the-spot recording of Vladimir Horowitz's 25th anniversary concert at Carnegie Hall. Olin Downs, music critic of the New York Times, said of this recital, a great artist at the height of his powers. Listen to RCA Victor's exciting new Horowitz anniversary album at your dealers now.
Tomorrow, enjoy a new show, a 4-hour road show on the NBC Radio Network.
Herewith, Mr. Jack Benny in a highly unusual fantasy about an angel who was sent down from higher places to destroy the earth. A story which contains more than first meets the ear. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bentley finally got here, and tonight we present him with Mr. Claude Rains in, of all things, The Horn Blows at Midnight. This is the Ford Theater.
Welcome to a full hour of the finest dramatic entertainment with celebrated stars of Broadway and Hollywood. Presented by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Ford cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, Lincoln and Mercury cars, including the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car, unrivaled for superb performance and luxurious appointments. Now, to introduce this evening's program, here is the director of the Ford Theater, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, all disputes, all threats, pleadings, persuasions, and all kidding aside, we're proud and pleased to welcome to the Ford Theater one of the great comedians of the world, Mr. Jack Benny. And co-starring with Mr. Benny in the long-heralded Horn Blows at Midnight, we're very happy to have with us one of the most accomplished actors of Broadway and Hollywood, Mr. Claude Rains. This is the second program, by the way, in our Festival of Smiles, which concludes next week with Mr. Bing Crosby. The theme of the Warner Brothers picture on which tonight's broadcast is based caused much comment when it was released some seasons ago. Being a fantasy having to do with the destruction of the earth, the picture clearly raised a controversial issue. And we of the Ford Theater firmly believe that while a radio version of The Horn Blows at Midnight will not end any arguments, it will at least add zest to them. So come with us beyond the Earth's atmosphere, uncounted light years through space, to a place very high above us, the office of the Chief of the Small Planets, an important executive in the system of the universe. You'll be hearing Claude Rains as the Chief, with Mr. Benny as a minor angel named Nathaniel. And, of course, any similarity between these characters and any characters living is quite impossible. Mr. Benny, Mr. Rains and company, please to begin.
Horatio, I tell you, something has to be done about it. Here it is, 1949, and that dreadful little planet is worse off than it ever was. What's the name of it again?
Number 33974. It is called Earth.
Oh, yes, nasty little globe. It's always given me trouble, but now it's absolutely out of hand. 2 world wars, persecution, hatred everywhere. Greed, intolerance, bloodshed. I'm just about fed up.
What are you going to do, Chief?
I'm going to destroy it, Horatio. I'm going to wipe it off the face of the earth. I'm going to destroy it.
Without any warning?
Well, the front office has warned them often enough. Quakes, floods, droughts, plagues, everything. But they pay no attention. Those Earth people aren't satisfied with making a mess of their own planet. Why, they're even working on rockets to get to the moon.
What do they want up there, Chief?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're overloaded with Ritz crackers, and they believe that stuff about the moon being made of green cheese. I'll buzz for Elizabeth, my secretary. I'm going to settle this once and for all.
Did you ring, Chief?
Yes, come in, Elizabeth. I want you to take down some notes. I'm destroying one of the smaller planets, and I want you to send copies to the recording angel.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It won't make a hit with the recording department. They're swamped with work.
Oh, it's always something. What's their complaint?
Same old thing. Shortage of angel power. I'm drawing up a new personnel questionnaire.
Another one? More red tape. I never saw such incompetence, such inefficiency. You know, this place needs a few big businessmen to run things up here. We need them. And they better start letting them in. That's all I've got to say.
What planet are you destroying, Chief?
33974. It's called Earth.
Earth? Well, that was created rather hurriedly, as I remember.
Yes, it was a 6-day job. Practically slapped together. Well, I'm going to slap it apart.
How are you going to do it, Chief?
Well, usually our demolition expert descends, blows his horn, and poof.
Just poof?
Well, for some of the larger jobs, it's poof, poof. But this happens to be a one-poof planet. Anyway, our demolition expert is busy on another assignment, and I'll have to find someone else. Elizabeth, who would you suggest?
What about Nathaniel?
Nathaniel? That nincompoop? That blundering nitwit?
He's not a nincompoop, and he's not a nitwit either. And you shouldn't call him those names, Chief. Remember, he's an angel.
Some angel. I don't see how he ever got his wings. Elizabeth, what do you see in him anyway?
Well, he's sweet and kind and understanding, and he plays the trumpet beautifully.
That's right. He does play, doesn't he?
He's been 455th trumpet in the Ethereal Philharmonic Orchestra for over 300 years.
Then he certainly ought to be able to blow the horn. Go fetch him, Elizabeth.
I will, Chief, immediately. He's rehearsing with the orchestra now.
Nathaniel, please. Once again, gentlemen, and all together this time. Nathaniel, step up here, please.
Yes, Mr. Beethoven.
What is it, sir? For 120 years I've been conducting this orchestra. And for 120 years you've been playing the wrong notes. Why? Tell me why.
Well, it's a hard number and it takes practice. I'm sure I'll get it if you'll just be patient a little while longer.
A little while longer?
Yeah, besides, what's the rush? We're not going anywhere.
What has that got to do with it? We've got 10,000 men in this orchestra, 9,999 musicians, and you.
Huh?
Why did you have to take up the trumpet? With lips like yours, you should be a glass blower.
A glass blower? Yeah, I tried that when I was on Earth. But one day, instead of blowing, I inhaled. Then I had to walk around with a sign on my back marked fragile.
Look, Nathaniel, I don't care what happened to you on Earth. I only care what happens to me up here. Now go back to your place, and please don't be flat.
But, Mr. Beethoven, the music says B flat, doesn't it?
That doesn't mean you should be flat. That means play B flat.
Oh, I wish I'd have known that 100 years ago. Could have saved so much trouble. All right, Mr. Beethoven, I promise you.
Nathaniel!
Huh? Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
I have wonderful news for you. The chief wants to see you.
The chief? Is there something wrong? What'd I do now?
Oh, Nathaniel, don't be silly. You couldn't do anything wrong.
Oh, no? You don't think so? Stay around and listen to him play the trumpet. It's better he should have the mute in his mouth.
I don't use a mute. I use a derby. Gee, Elizabeth, I'm so excited. Imagine the chief wanting to see me. How do I look?
Fine.
I'm so nervous. Is my halo on straight?
Oh, it's perfect. Now, come on. Don't keep him waiting.
All right. Will you excuse me, Mr. Beethoven?
With pleasure. All right, gentlemen. Now we can play.
Elizabeth, it's been so long since I've seen the chief. I won't know how to act.
Just be yourself, and don't let him frighten you. If he seems gruff, it's only because he's terribly busy, like all the other deputy chiefs. He has billions of small planets to look after.
I know. What a job that must be, keeping them in their own orbits. Well, we're almost there, and I'm so nervous.
Hello, Elizabeth! Hello, Nathaniel!
Hello, Paul!
Yeah, it's a beautiful horse Mr. Revere rides. I wonder why he still carries those 2 lanterns.
Nathaniel, you can ask him later. We haven't got time now. The chief is waiting.
Horatio, you may not realize it, but getting rid of the Earth will be a big help in balancing the budget. Think of all the rain and snow we'll save.
Yes, that is a native.
And don't forget the thunder and lightning that little planet uses up. Why, we'll cut our electric bills in half. And, by the way, Horatio, remind me to talk to Halley about his comet. There's no point to its traveling around the Earth anymore.
Yes, Chief. Oh, here comes Elizabeth with Nathaniel.
Yeah, about time. Let him in.
Here's Nathaniel, Chief.
Yeah, I know. He hasn't changed a bit. Oh, well. Nathaniel, how long have you been up here?
300 years, Chief. I'm from New Amsterdam, you know.
What's your rank?
Angel, junior grade, 3rd phalanx, 15th cohort.
Still junior grade, eh? I don't know why I sent for you.
Was it possibly about changing my rank, sir?
No. I see no reason for demoting you.
Thank you, Chief.
I've been going over your record, and it's not too bad. It says here, deportment B, application B, virtue A, mentality. Well, this job doesn't require a genius anyway. You'll do.
Do what, sir? Do what?
Destroy planet number 33974.
33974? Why, that's Earth, my home planet. What will all those people do without it? Where will they live?
Well, some of them will come up here, and some of them will go to the other place. We have no time for sentiment.
But, Chief, why are you destroying the Earth?
Why? Simply because there's been nothing but trouble there. Now that the Second World War is over, it's in a bigger mess than it ever was. No peace, no harmony, no cooperation. If they want to end civilization, I'll end it for them. Elizabeth?
Yes, Chief?
See to the Nathaniel wears his proper clothes for a visit to the Earth. You can attend to all that.
Yes, I will, Chief.
Gee, it'll be nice wearing buckled shoes and long stockings again. I still have good-looking legs, you know.
Nathaniel, men's styles have changed on Earth since you were there 300 years ago.
They have? Women's, too?
Oh, yes, many times. But now they have the new look, and they're right back to where they used to be.
Oh. Well, don't men wear long stockings anymore?
Oh, no. But don't worry, Nathaniel. Your knees will be covered. You'll wear long trousers.
Why can't I just wear my toga? I'm so used to it now.
Because, my dear Nathaniel, we don't want you to be conspicuous. You've got an important job to do.
Oh. Well, Chief, how do I go about destroying the Earth?
Horatio, hammer that horn.
Yes, Chief. Here you are, sir.
Now, Nathaniel, you simply blow 4 notes of the Judgment Day Overture on this horn, and that will be the end of the Earth.
Gee, it's the most beautiful trumpet I've ever seen.
It is not a trumpet.
Oh.
It's a very special kind of horn. Now listen carefully to these instructions. You'll proceed to New Amsterdam.
It's called New York now, Chief.
Oh, New York, then. Mercurius will arrange for your transportation. You will then check into the Waldorf Biltmore Hotel, and a few minutes before midnight, you will go to the roof.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is very important, Nathaniel. The horn must be blown at midnight sharp.
Yes, sir.
Remember, that means precisely 12. 11:59 won't do. 12:01 won't do. It must be 12 on the dot. Got that?
Yes, sir. I'll see that the horn blows at midnight. Leave it to me.
All right, now get going. If you do a good job, when you come back, you may find yourself an Angel Senior Grade.
Me, an Angel Senior Grade? That means a raise in my base pay. God.
But if you botch the job, you'll be back scrubbing clouds for the next 500 years.
Yeah, I hope not. My knees are still wet. But don't worry, Chief. I won't botch it. I'll make good.
That's the spirit. Now, are you ready to,
The interplanetary phone, Chief.
Department of Small Planets. Chief speaking.
This is the salvage department. Any instructions, Chief?
Yes. Stand by to pick up a load of scrap at midnight. That'll be all, Nathaniel. Are you sure you remember everything?
Don't worry, Chief. I won't forget a thing. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Come back here. You forgot the horn.
Oh, that's because I'm so excited. Well, goodbye, Chief.
Goodbye. Elizabeth, you stay with him until he leaves. See that he gets away in time.
Yes, Chief. Come along, Nathaniel. I'll walk you to the edge. I'm going to miss you, Nathaniel.
You are, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Well, I'll only be gone.
Hello, Nathaniel.
Oh, hello, Noah.
You going away?
Yes, but I'll be home tomorrow.
Well, when you get back, drop in. I'm having a little gathering in the Ark.
In the Ark?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good, good. Who's coming over?
Oh, just a few couples.
Oh, well, thanks.
Thanks very much. I'll see you later. Da-da-da-dee, da-da-da-dee. What are we talking about, Elizabeth?
I said that I was going to miss you.
Oh, well, I'll only be gone one night, and then I'll come back, and we can spend the next 100 years together. Just talking about my trip. Gee, these earth clothes are funny. What do you call this again?
That's a vest.
And is this a doublet?
No, that's a coat.
Oh. But what is this label? I wouldn't want to wear someone else's clothes. Who are Hart, Scheffner, and Mark?
Don't worry, Nathaniel. And by the way, I'd better give you some money. Here.
What are these? Guilders?
No, these are dollar bills.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't know about that. Gee, they feel nice and crispy.
And these are $5 bills.
Oh, I like these better. They feel even nicer and crispier. Look at the pictures on them. George is on one, and Abe is on the other.
Yes. Yes, you'll need them, Nathaniel. And now you'd better go.
I'm on my way, Elizabeth.
Nathaniel! Nathaniel!
Well, that's the chief.
Gosh, I hope he isn't calling me back.
Nathaniel, I'm glad I caught you before you left. There's one very important thing I forgot to tell you.
What is it, Chief?
Before you blow that horn, be sure to check with Petrillo. I don't want any trouble with him.
Oh, I will, Chief. I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nathaniel.
Goodbye.
Watch that first step. It's a pip.
I will. I will. See you tomorrow.
You're listening to the Ford Theater, which tonight is bringing you Jack Benny, starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight with Claude Rains. A brief pause now before Act Two, and some timely hints on car values from Frank Martin.
There's an exciting time in store for many of you in the coming week that can make a world of difference in the pride and enjoyment you get out of motoring. That's the time which your Lincoln dealer invites you to spend behind the wheel of a new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car. And in just a few miles, you'll discover why the Lincoln Cosmopolitan has no rival. You'll see at first glance that here is an automobile truly distinctive, exclusive in its styling, with lines and looks that lift it apart from every other car on the road. You'll recognize as you sink back into the soft foam rubber cushioned seats that no other car offers a more luxurious interior, more elegant interior refinements. You'll feel rich custom upholstery. You'll discover unhampered visibility through the huge one-piece windshield of curved safety glass that is almost 5 feet wide. You will whisk the windows up and down at the mere touch of a button. And as you drive this outstanding 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, you'll discover performance that you have never before known in a fine car. For the great new Lincoln B-Type 8 engine is unsurpassed for dependability, economy, and efficiency. It's so powerfully smooth, so thrillingly quiet, so effortless in its range of acceleration. You can't believe it until you drive the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. In all the world, there is no other fine car so beautifully new, so thoroughly owner-proven, so superbly engineered as this new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Yet it costs very, very little more to own than an ordinary car. Take just a few minutes in the coming week, or even better, tomorrow, to accept your Lincoln dealer's invitation to meet this superb 1949 automobile, the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. You know you're driving America's most distinctive fine car, and so does the rest of the world when you drive the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Now again, Fletcher Markle.
And here's the second act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel with Claude Rains as the chief of the small planet. Now, Nathaniel, having arrived in New York City, is strolling down Broadway with the horn tucked under his arm. Since it was 300 years ago that he last saw this famous street, it's small wonder that he marvels at the changes.
So this is New York. I wonder why they changed the name. Look at that sign over there. Baseball today. Boston Red Sox and New York Yankees. Well, I guess it does sound better than New Amsterdam Yankees. Gosh, this place certainly is built up. I wish Peter Stuyvesant could see it. How they laughed when we bought Manhattan Island for $24. I bet we could double our money now. My, what big buildings. I never saw so many horseless carriages. Look at those yellow ones. See, they go around the corner on 2 wheels. I wonder if they could...
Get back on the curb, you jerk. You wanted to kill?
No, thank you, not again. The records would be all mixed up.
Hey, mister, you better wait for the light to change before you cross the street.
Light? Light to change?
Sure. You must be a stranger. Ain't you never been in New York before?
Oh, yes. I come from New York. But I've been away for a long time.
Say, that's a good-looking trumpet you got there. Yeah. How about giving us a little bebop?
Bebop?
Yeah. It's that bebop or rebop.
Bebop? Is that music?
Is it? It's out of this world.
Well, that's where I've been, and I've never heard of it. Bebop or rebop, huh?
What band are you with?
Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians. It's a very fine orchestra. 10,000 pieces.
10,000? Gee, they must sound louder than Spike Jones.
Spike who?
Jones. Didn't you ever hear him play All I Want for Christmas Is My Two Front Teeth?
No, but it sounds like a very interesting selection. I'll suggest it to Mr. Beethoven.
Beethoven, huh?
Yes, I play 455th trumpet. I've been playing it for nearly 300 years.
Hey, Johnny, this guy must be a little utsnake.
Like a fruitcake. What's your name, Methuselah?
No, but I know him very well. In fact, I went to his birthday party last month, and he had the biggest cake. Took us 2 weeks to blow out the candles.
Hey, Jerry, let's get out of here before the wagon backs up.
Yeah. Well, so long, Grandpa. Give my regards to Beethoven.
I will. Look at them run away. They were nice youngsters, though. You know, people aren't so bad down here. My, the streets are certainly crowded here in New York. Look at all those men and women going into that theater. Hamlet by William Shakespeare. Good old Bill. Wait till I tell him about this. He'd be so happy to know he's finally got a hit. Gee, look at all the saloons on this street. I wonder what kind of a drink television is. I don't remember it. What's that big bird doing up there in the sky? So noisy, too. Spelling out something. I.J. Fox. Must be a store up there. No, that would be impossible.
There he is, officer. That's him.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll handle him, kid. Hey, you there. You with the horn.
Huh? Were you speaking to me?
Yeah. Well, I understand you've been playing that trumpet you got there for the last 300 years.
Yes, sir. I'm with Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, what's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Uh-huh. And exactly how old are you?
355. Of course, I tell everyone up there that I'm 339. I'm really 355.
Oh, naughty, you're a bad boy.
Well, it's only a white lie. You know, I just can't get over how this town has changed, and the people, too. Where are the Indians?
In Cleveland. Yeah, Bob Hope's got them now.
Bob Hope?
Sure, the big radio comedian. Don't tell me you've never listened to Hope.
No, what did he say?
Now, would you mind if I ask you...
Look. I may be wrong, but I think that's the spot right there.
Huh?
The place where I was killed 300 years ago.
You were what?
I was killed here 300 years ago. I was run over by a cow. I really was. A hit and moo driver. You know, Mr. Beethoven gets mad when I tell jokes like that. But it was my own fault, you know. I shouldn't have been out so late.
Yes, well, look,
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Yeah. Look, Nathaniel, when did they let you out?
A little while ago.
Well, you're going back, aren't you?
Oh, of course. I just have to blow a few notes on this horn tonight, and then I'll return immediately.
Oh. Well, why wait till tonight? Why not blow the horn now?
Oh, I couldn't do that. You see, the chief said it wouldn't work unless it was exactly midnight on the dot.
The chief said that, eh?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, I guess there's no harm in letting you run along. But you'll remember to go right home as soon as you blow the bugle.
Oh, yes, I will. I certainly will. Just as soon as I blew it, I will. Well, goodbye. I'll see you later.
Oh, no, you won't.
If you've been good, I will. Goodbye. My, what a nice man.
Step right inside the store here, folks. The auction is about to begin. Now, friends, I have here my hand a timepiece that is acknowledged all over the civilized world as the finest example of watchmaking that human hands can create. Why, friends, just look at this watch. Look at the solid 14-karat gold-type case.
Gold-type case?
The jewel die, consisting of 24 genuine artificial diamonds. The real synthetic alligator strap fit for a king's wrist.
Gee.
Ah, you like it, don't you? Well, I don't blame you, friends. Now, who'll start the bidding at $300? Am I bid 300, 300. Who'll say 300? $1. $1. I'm bidding out. All right, who'll make it $1.50? Why, friends, the movement alone is worth that much. Who'll say $1.50? $1.50. Can anyone say $1.50?
I can say $1.50. $1.50. See, I said it.
So, to the intelligent-looking man with the horn for $1.50. Congratulations, sir. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Why, friend, you have a watch there that will last you 100 years.
100 years? What will I do with it after that? Oh, well, I'll think of something. I wonder where the Waldorf-Biltmore Hotel is. That's where I have to go. I better ask someone.
Watch Street, get your poipers here. Watch Street, read all about it.
I beg your pardon, but I'm...
A poiper? You want a poiper, mister?
Poiper? What's a poiper?
A paper.
No, thank you. But could you direct me to the Waldorf-Biltmore Hotel?
Oh, Sonny. It's 1 block down and 2 blocks to the right.
Thank you. I understand it's a lovely place.
At it best. I wouldn't live nowhere else.
Oh, then you live there?
Sure, I got the penthouse there. I just sell these papers for a hobby. My dad owns the 4-way code tablets.
Oh. Well, if you have the penthouse, we'll be neighbors. I'll see you over there. That is, if you get home before midnight. Well, thanks again. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I don't know where they come from, but I always get them. Poipers, get your poipers here. Poipers.
Da-da-da-ding. Da-da-da-ding. Yeah, it was nice of him to direct me to the hotel. The earth can't be so bad with people like him on it. I wonder if the chief isn't making a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't. Oh, I didn't say it, Chief. I was just thinking. It's just that it seems such a pity. I mean, there's so many nice people. I'll do it, Chief. Don't worry, I'll do it.
You see, Elizabeth, he's weakening already. I told you he was the wrong one to send.
But, Chief, he'll do it. He said he would. He's on his way to the hotel now.
I've got a good mind to recall him and send someone I can rely on.
Oh, please, Chief, don't do that. Nathaniel's all right. It's just that he has such a soft heart.
Well, I should have sent an older angel. Nathaniel was only 339. Anyway, that's what he says.
But, Chief...
How he got to look like that in only 339 years, I'll never know. I'm worried, Elizabeth.
Oh, why don't you wait and see? I'm sure everything will be all right.
Better be. If that horn doesn't blow at midnight, I'll drop him out of the phalanx.
So this is the Waldorf Biltmore. My, what a beautiful hotel. Sure is crowded, too.
Paging Mr. Davis, Mr. Charles Davis. Paging Mr. Davis. Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Caesar, please.
I'll take it, boy. Is that for Julius?
No, sir. Irving.
Oh, I don't know him.
Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Irving Caesar.
Oh, fiddlesticks. I wanted to ask him how to get to the roof. So near midnight. I'll ask that man at the desk.
Boy, take this luggage up to 1023, huh? Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Could you tell me how to get to the roof?
Why, yes, sir. You take that last elevator. It's an express.
Thank you. And, is that clock up there on the wall correct?
Yes, sir. It's exactly 10 minutes before midnight.
You're quite certain?
Oh, yes, sir. The sun rises and sets by that clock.
I'm afraid you've been misinformed, if you don't mind my saying so. See, the sun's movements are completely independent of this planet. However, I will accept the time as 11:51 p.m.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Western Union will be deeply grateful.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Are you stopping at the hotel, sir?
Yes, for a short time.
You staying overnight?
No, and neither are you. Well, goodbye.
Going up?
Yes, the roof, please. Yeah, it's a lovely elevator you have here.
When you've seen one, you've seen them all.
I suppose so. Is your name Otis?
Yeah, how'd you guess? Otis J. Elevator, that's me.
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. Why, it's nice in here, so intimate and cozy.
It ain't so cozy when you have to stand in it all night long.
All night long?
Well, from 6 at night till 2 in the morning.
Really? Then I have good news for you. Tonight you're getting off at 12.
Hey, that's funny. The chief didn't tell me anything about it.
Well, he told me.
Well, I hope you're right. Here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Da-da-da-dee. Da-da-da-dee. Yeah, I wish I could get that right. Da-da-da-dee. What a beautiful sight up here on the roof. And all the stars are out tonight. There's Jupiter, Mercury, and Venus. Hello, Venus. Gee, she's pretty. Well, it's only 5 more minutes till midnight. Better get ready to blow the horn. Here's a good place to stand, right near the edge. I think I'll... What's that? Is someone there? Why, it's a girl, and she's crying. Don't cry, miss. Whatever it is that's troubling you will be over very soon.
It'll never be over. Never. Never.
Oh, yes, it will. In just a couple of minutes.
Please go away. Let me alone, can't you?
But I assure you, you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
He doesn't love me. He's sending me away. Well, I won't go back home. I won't.
You can't very well go back home if you're not alive.
Not alive? Yes, of course. That's the answer. The only answer. It's all clear now.
Well, I'm very happy to have been of service. Less than 2 minutes left.
I'll show him. I wonder what he'll say when I'm gone. Well, here goes. Goodbye, Andrew.
Wait, you mustn't. You mustn't jump.
Let me go.
No, you can't.
Why not? It was your idea.
But suicide is a mortal sin.
You let go of me.
Be patient. Just a few more seconds.
No, I won't be talked out of it. Let me go.
You've got to listen to me now. There's very little time.
Hey, Peggy!
Andrew!
What? Who's this?
Oh, Peggy, darling. Hey, you get your hands off my girl.
Let go of me, mister. It's midnight. I've got to blow my horn.
I ought to jam it down your throat.
My horn?
Oh, let him go, Andrew. He didn't do anything.
Oh, Peggy, I've been such a fool. Can you ever forgive me? As soon as you left, I realized what a mistake I made.
Oh, Peggy, I'll never let you go again, believe me.
Well, let go of me then and put your arms around her. Please, Andrew, it's midnight. I gotta blow the horn.
Oh, Andrew, I'm so happy I could start crying all over again.
Look, not tonight, baby. We're going to celebrate. Come on.
Wait, give me back my horn.
Here you are, Bud. Catch.
Whoop! I missed it. It's falling all the way down the street. I won't have time to get it. What am I going to do? Now I'll never get to be an angel senior grade. What am I going to tell the chief? I couldn't help it, Chief. I couldn't help it. Give me another chance. Please, Chief, please. Just one more chance. I want to be a senior.
That's Act 2 of tonight's Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny with Claude Rains. Time out again very briefly, and Frank Martin speaking for the Ford Motor Company.
A gold medal is quite an impressive thing, particularly when it's awarded to the car chosen as the fashion car of the year. That gold medal has just been awarded to the 1949 Ford. Bearing out the judgment of millions of Americans, the Fashion Academy of New York, after examining all cars in all price ranges, picked the 1949 Ford as embodying all the essential qualities of good taste, modern design, and subtle harmony in line and color. Yes, the style experts have officially awarded the gold medal to the 1949 Ford for its beauty and advanced styling that set Ford apart in its field. And this recognition of Ford styling is not an accident. The 1949 Ford is the only completely newly designed car in its field. Ford engineers, designers, and stylists redesigned the Ford from roof to road, creating a completely new car to give you better, safer, easier driving. Truly modern motoring. And one basic part of that redesigning is Ford's new style, an advanced style that suits a truly advanced car, a style that expresses in steel and glass and chrome the power, comfort, safety, and solid roadability, the advanced performance of the new Ford. Back of every point of Ford styling, you will find a good reason. More headroom, legroom, seat room, luggage room. More visibility, more safety, more comfort, more efficient performance. And above all, better, easier driving. The 1949 Ford, alone in its field, was completely redesigned to give you those things. And it does. The 1949 Ford is not just a remodeled pre-war car, but the most advanced car in its field, the truly modern, truly post-war car. You can tell how advanced 1949 Ford styling is by looking at a new Ford and then looking at other new cars of older style. But you won't know how truly advanced it is until you drive a 1949 Ford, until you take the wheel and feel the difference. Feel the big difference that Ford's advanced design makes. Why not ask one of your friends to let you drive his new Ford, or see your friendly Ford dealer? When you drive a Ford, you'll feel different. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. The Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight will be resumed after a brief pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fletcher Markle again, and now for the third act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel and Claude Rains as the Chief.
Elizabeth, of all the angels who could have done the job, you had to recommend Nathaniel.
But, Chief, it wasn't his fault. Nathaniel was only trying to stop that poor girl from committing suicide. A mortal sin.
Well, that wasn't his job. He should have obeyed orders. There are too many people down there committing mortal sins. That's why Earth has to be destroyed.
Please, Chief, give Nathaniel another chance. After all, you've only lost one day.
I know, but Nathaniel has botched up every assignment I ever gave him.
Remember 2 months ago when I put him in the weather department? All he had to do was to see that the clouds went in the right direction, and what happened? He got the elements so mixed up it snowed in California. Nathaniel Paar.
No, but, Chief, that was an accident. After all, he was new on the job, and he just didn't know.
Imagine snow in California. He knows very well it's not even supposed to rain there. That's where we keep our smog. No, Elizabeth, I have no alternative. Nathaniel must be recalled.
Chief, if you recall Nathaniel now, you'll destroy all his confidence. He tried so hard to make good. He was so happy at the chance to become an angel, senior grade. If you take that chance away from him, you'll break his spirit. And that's all he's got left. Oh, please, Chief, be just a little more patient with him, won't you?
Elizabeth, I don't know why I let you talk me into these things, but you always do.
Then you'll give Nathaniel another chance? Oh, thank you, Chief, thank you. You're so good and kind, and he'll be so grateful.
Well, you better blow that horn at midnight tonight, or else, and that's my last word, else. I'll thunder him his directions.
It certainly was nice of the chief to give me another chance. Lucky this horn didn't break when it hit the street. I'll just have to make good tonight. Let's see, there's still a little time before midnight. Guess I'll sit here in the lobby for a while. Certainly is a busy hotel.
Paging Mr. Caesar, Mr. Irving Caesar, please.
Same one he paged yesterday. I'll have to ask Julius if he has any relatives down here. Julius is so nice. I think Brutus was definitely out of line. Well, I got about 15 minutes yet. Yeah, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Pardon me. May I sit down here?
Oh, why, certainly. Certainly, there's plenty of room.
Oh, thank you.
Whoops. Wait till I remove the horn. There you are.
Thank you. Isn't this a beautiful hotel?
Yes, it is.
I had such a busy day. And, you know, in about an hour, the limousine is coming back for me, and I have to go to a midnight supper at the Stork Club.
Really?
Yes, and then I'll have to go home and get some rest because tomorrow I have so much more to do. I'm going to Saks Fifth Avenue and buy a complete wardrobe for my trip to Honolulu.
Oh, you're going to Honolulu?
Oh, yes, I have to go. You see, I hit the giant jackpot on singing again, and I've been traveling ever since.
I don't understand.
And not only that, they painted my house inside and out, and it looks so strange now.
Oh.
I loved it the way it was.
Well, look, lady.
I'm Mrs. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Watson? My name is Nathaniel.
Nathaniel.
Third Phalanx, 15th cohort.
Oh, I've never been there.
Oh, no, it isn't a place.
Paging Jack Benny. Mr. Jack Benny, please. Paging Jack Benny.
Mrs. Watson, what I meant to say...
wait a minute. Did you hear that?
What?
They're paging Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes. Haven't you ever heard him on the radio?
Well, no.
I hope he's living in this hotel. I might see him. He's simply wonderful. I listen to him every Sunday, even though I can't win anything.
Oh, well, what does this...
You know the thing I like about him?
What?
He pretends to be stingy and cheap, and I'm sure he's not that way at all.
He isn't?
No, I can tell just by listening to him that he's the sweetest, kindest, and the most generous man in the whole world.
Oh. Well, it's nice to know there are people like that.
And you want to know something? I almost met him a year ago.
You did?
Yes, I guessed he was the walking man, but they never called me on the phone.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I better wait out in front of the hotel now. The limousine will be coming any minute.
The limousine?
Yes, Governor Dewey is the one who has to take me to the Stork Club. That's part of the jackpot.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Watson. It was nice talking to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Phalanx.
No. It's Nathaniel. 3rd Phalanx, 15th cohort. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, now, that was the sweetest old... Oh, my goodness. That nice old lady thinks she's going to Honolulu tomorrow. And I have to... Oh, no.
Look, Elizabeth, look. Nathaniel is weakening. Who cares whether anybody goes to Honolulu or not?
He cares, Chief. He worries about everything. That's why he's so...
Stupid? That's what he is, stupid. I still say we sent the wrong angel.
No, you didn't, Chief. He still has time. He'll go through with it.
Then what's he sitting there for? Why doesn't he go up on the roof and get ready? Look what he's doing down there now, biting his nails.
Well, he's nervous.
Nervous about what? Destroying one of our smallest planets? It's ridiculous.
Well, warn him again, Chief, so he'll know it's almost midnight.
All right. I'll send him another thundergram.
Yes, Chief, I know. Well, I still got about 7 minutes. Gee, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Hello, monsieur.
Huh? Oh, hello, little girl.
Hello.
Are you lost?
No, monsieur, I am not lost.
Oh, I thought the way you were looking at me, you wanted to ask me something.
No. You just seem so sad, sitting here all by yourself.
I am sad.
Why, monsieur?
Because of something I have to do at midnight. I'm worried about it.
Well, you mustn't worry. My mother told me, even when we were in the camp, not to be sad, because someday everything would be all right.
The camp? You were in...
A prison camp, monsieur, back in France.
Oh, I see. Did you do something wrong?
No, monsieur.
Well,
Would you like a piece of my candy bar, monsieur?
No, thank you. Although I haven't had a bite since I came down here, except my nail.
Then please take a bite of this chocolate bar.
Well, thanks. What's your name?
Angelique.
Angelique? That means little angel in French.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, I'm an angel, too. I'm a big angel.
You are? What's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th cohort. What's your cohort?
I don't know. Je ne comprends pas.
Oh, then you haven't been in this country long?
No. We just came on the boat this morning from France.
Oh, and did you say you were in a prison camp?
Yes, me and my mama. For 3 whole years. Then the Americans came and got us out.
Oh. Well, where's your mommy and your daddy?
Well, my mama is right over there. But I don't know where my daddy is. He used to be a soldier.
Oh, well, Angelique, how is it that you speak English so well?
Mama has been teaching me a long time. 3 whole years.
3 years? I suppose that is quite a long time for a mortal. Especially such a small mortal. And you don't know where your father is?
No, monsieur. But Mama said he was the most wonderful man in the world. And we're all going to be together again someday. Angelique, it's me, Mama. Here I am.
Oh, I was worried when I did not see you.
Oh, she's quite all right. We were just sitting here talking.
He is a very nice man, Mama.
Angelique, were you annoying this gentleman?
Oh, no, not at all. We had such a nice chat. And Angelique was telling me what a wonderful man her father is, and you're all going to be together again. Is he in New York?
No, monsieur. Angelique would not understand, but he was a great hero.
Oh, I see. And you just arrived from France this morning?
Yes. Tonight we are going to take the train to Chicago. We are going to live with relatives there. I have not seen them for over 10 years, but they have asked us to come to them.
Well, that will be nice. Then your little girl can grow up in a good home like... Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. What am I saying?
You look sad again.
Yes, I just remembered something.
Mama, can I have another piece of candy?
Angelique, I just gave you a whole bar.
I know, but I offered to share it with this man, and he ate the whole thing.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just meant to take a bite.
Well, here's the money. You can buy another bar right over there.
Thank you, Mama.
You know, Monsieur, Angelique does not know that her father is dead.
Yes, I realize that.
She's too young to understand. You see, she was just an infant when he was killed. Monsieur, you don't think there can be another war, do you?
Well, not if I... No, I don't think so.
Another war would mean the end of everything. There is not a country in the world that could go through it again. Not the way they fight wars now. People would just destroy each other.
They would?
Oh, yes, Monsieur, yes. And yet it seems very simple for a lot of people to forget about the time of war. They do not want to remember. But we must remember, Monsieur, all of us, and take care, or we will die for it. Now it is time for people to get to know each other. Now it is time for people to come together in the world.
But there's very little time left, you see.
I know, Monsieur.
Oh. You do?
Of course. If we do not change ourselves soon, it will be too late. Though the war is over, there is much still not settled. It may take 5 years or even 10 years before we find the answer to real happiness and understanding. But we will find it, Monsieur. We must now reach out to each other and find out about each other. By coming here, Angelique and I have a chance to do that. And we are grateful. We must find peace with each other, Monsieur, or we are lost.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. But you see...
Mama, I have another candy bar. Would you like to share it with me, Monsieur?
No, thank you. I've had enough.
Well, come on, Angelique. We must go. Goodbye, Monsieur. Monsieur...
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. Goodbye, Angelique.
Goodbye, Monsieur.
Goodbye.
What a cute little girl. Spent 3 years of her life in a prison camp. Well, it's getting near midnight. Better take the elevator up to the roof.
Going up, sir?
Yes, the roof, please.
Well, here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Well, it's almost midnight. I'm sure glad it's a nice night. It's the last one. Keep thinking about that little girl, Angelique, and her mother. They seem so nice. All they want is a chance to live together in peace. Maybe most people are good. Maybe the war has been a lesson. If that's true, then the earth shouldn't be destroyed. Chief, do you think that I ought to go... But, Chief, you heard what she said, that little girl's mother. They've never had a chance before. Let them have it now while they... But, Chief, look, there must be millions of others just like them who need time to get to know each other. We have such hopes for the future. This is what Angelique's father gave his life for, to give other people a chance. And now you want to take it away from him. Chief, let's wait a while. Look, Chief, look. Now, suppose all these people down here don't get together. Suppose there is another war. Then the whole world will destroy itself. They'll blow the earth to pieces. And then remember, Chief, that would take the responsibility off your shoulders. You won't be to blame. See? See what I mean, Chief? You've waited this long, thousands and thousands of years. What harm is there waiting a little longer? Give them a chance. Maybe they'll get to work and live together in peace. Everything will straighten itself out, and it'll be the way you want it to be. What was that, Chief? Oh. Then I won't have to blow the horn? I'm glad you changed your mind. Well, I'd like to come back now, Chief. I'd like to see you and Elizabeth and Horatio, and I'd even like to see Mr. Beethoven, too, even though he does holler at me all the time. From now on, I'm going to practice real hard and make him proud of me. Thanks, Chief. I'll leave right now.
Going down, mister?
Yeah?
Going down?
No, thank you. Up.
From the Ford Theater in Hollywood, you have just heard Mr. Jack Benny starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight. Tonight's version for listening was prepared by Hugh Wedlock and Howard Snyder, and the original musical score was composed and conducted by Cy Pure. The Ford Theater, a full hour of dramatic entertainment, is brought to you every Friday by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Lincoln and Mercury cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, and the new 1949 Ford car, officially chosen as the fashion car of the year. It's Ford for the new look in styling, and it's Ford for the new feel in driving. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. Now again, Mr. Markle.
May a director identify the principals in our cast tonight? In the foreground, the chief was played, of course, by Mr. Claude Rains, who will soon be seen in the Hal Wallace production, Rope of Sand.
Elizabeth?
Was played by Mercedes McCambridge.
Angelique.
Was Anne Whitfield.
Angelique's mother?
Was played by Jeanette Nolan.
Mrs. Watson.
Was Jane Morgan. Mr. Beethoven. Was Hans Conried.
Jerry and Johnny.
Were played by Jerry Farber and Johnny McGovern. Actively assisting were Paul McVeigh, Miriam Wolfe, Eddie Marr, Joseph Kearns, Jay Novello, Julian Upton, Sidney Miller, Herb Vigran, Byron Kane, and Shirley Mitchell. Anybody else?
Yes, Nathaniel.
Was played by Jack Benny. Jack, I've got a confession to make.
What is it, Fletcher?
After all the kidding we did on your program about The Horn Blows at Midnight, I have to admit now that I never saw the picture.
You didn't?
I just couldn't bring myself to walk into the theater.
Why?
It's a complex I have, Jack, the fear of being alone.
Oh. Well, anyway, Fletcher, I want to tell you it was really nice doing this show for you tonight, and I promise you one thing. If I ever make another bad picture, you can have first crack at it.
Thank you, Jack. And by the way, just one more question before I give you your check.
Oh, the check. Yes. It slipped my mind.
Get your hand out of my pocket.
Oh. Yes, excuse me. What is it you wanted to ask me, Fletcher?
Well, you always kid so much about your age. Tell me, Jack, and be on the level this time. How old are you, really?
Fletcher, I'm 39. So long, Fletcher.
Goodbye, Jack, and see you again. You'll be listening to your regular program on CBS this coming Sunday night, and Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman will be your guests. Now it's for next week. Next week on the Ford Theater, we're going to have a story with music. Our star is Mr. Bing Crosby, and our story is one of his most recent films, Welcome Stranger. It's a pleasant portrait of a young doctor who goes to a small New England town so that the local physician can take his first vacation, and then suddenly find himself an unwelcome stranger. We're very happy to have with Mr. Crosby Mr. Barry Fitzgerald playing his original role, and we'll be welcoming back Miss Anne Blythe for a return visit. We hope you'll be with us. And now until next week, until Bing Crosby, Anne Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald in Welcome Stranger, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in the Ford Theater.
The Horn Blows at Midnight was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of the Academy-nominated Johnny Belinda, starring Jane Wyman and Lou Ayres. The Ford Motor Company invites you to join us again next week at this hour to hear Bing Crosby, Barry Fitzgerald, and Anne Blythe starring in Welcome Stranger. This is Frank Martin speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Paar program, presented by Lucky Strike.
American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in the cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, year after year.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
From Hollywood, Lucky Strike presents the Jack Paar program with Trudy Irwin, Jerry Fielding in the orchestra, yours truly, High Aberback, and starring America's new young humorist, Jack Paar, with a special guest tonight, Jack Benny.
Thank you very much. This is Jack Paar. Hello, and a special note to the F.E. Boone Fan Club in Lexington, Kentucky. Don't be impatient. F.E. will be back in 11 minutes. Well, Hollywood is all excited because Margaret Truman is giving a concert here next week. They say her father taught her to sing the scale like this. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, vito. Another interesting item from Hollywood this week is that a famous actress is going to remarry her first husband. It must be his turn again. Another actor got confused this week, and he proposed to his own wife. This confused her so much that she accepted him. Now they have to get a divorce so they can go through with it.
Jack, aren't you going to say anything about Great Britain placing a 75% tax on American films?
Yes, I've been worrying about that. So I've invited to the studio today a typical British moviegoer who's in this country on a special mission. He's been brought here to breathe on C. Aubrey Smith's monocle. His is the only breath containing Windex. Good evening, sir. Your name?
J. Arthur Faversham III. My father, you see, was J. Arthur Faversham II.
Mm-hmm. Who, may I ask, was J. Arthur Faversham I?
My mother. She passed away several months ago. It was the Prime Minister's fault.
The Prime Minister's fault?
Yes, you see, he was addressing the Empire on the wireless, and when he concluded, he said, "Chin up, everybody." That was fatal to Mother.
But why?
She was under the sink at the time.
I'm terribly sorry.
No matter. The drain is open again.
I do admire the way you British carry on. Tell me, will you miss American pictures?
Well, I don't care much for your pictures, but dash it all, I hope you continue to send that Lend-Lease popcorn.
If things are so difficult over there in England, why don't you all move to California?
Egad, we have the very same idea. In fact, before I left home, the Prime Minister was putting a giant propeller on one end of England. We're pulling up anchor.
But what if you can't squeeze the island through the Panama Canal?
Heavens to Bevantar, we'll force it through.
In that case, there will always be a long, thin England. In the absence of Lily Pons and Andre Castellanos' orchestra, who are not here much anyway, we turn to our young musical stars, Trudy Irwin and Jerry Fielding. Jerry's the one with the long hair. Trudy is the girl that she has to be a girl because, you see, all her clothes are made that way. And now a hush comes over the audience. The spotlight falls on Trudy Irwin. She gets up, brushes herself off, and sings Just One of Those Things.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy flings, one of those bells that now and then ring, just one of those things. It was just one of those nights, just one of those fabulous flights, a trip to the moon on gossamer wings, just one of those things. If we'd thought a bit of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we'll meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things. Of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we'll meet once again. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things.
Little-known people who mean absolutely nothing.
Friends, the world is full of little-known people. Perhaps you haven't given it much thought. Do you realize how little-known some people are? For instance, there's the man who reads the gas meters of the man who reads the gas meters. Another little-known is George, the third Smith brother, who was later cut off without a drop. Another anonymous little man is Rudolph R. Rudolph, who hopped around the world in 734 days. No plane, he just hopped. Tonight we have with us someone of this type, a girl, or I should say a lady tree surgeon, Mrs. John W. Grommel. It is Mrs. Grommel, isn't it?
Yes, but I just got a divorce.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't...
My husband tried to get something on me. He hired a private eye.
Well, I think we...
I shot it out.
That's all very interesting, Mrs. Grommel, but we'd like to hear about your career as a tree surgeon. How did you happen to take up that work?
Well, I kind of inherited it. My first husband was a tree surgeon. He got killed by a falling patient.
That was unfortunate, wasn't it?
Well, that's nothing. My second husband was killed by a falling tree. My third husband was killed by a falling tree, and so was my fourth husband. But my fifth husband died natural. He died in bed.
He did?
Yes, a tree fell on him.
A bad case of lumber in his slumber, huh? Tell me, Mrs. Grommel, I suppose being a tree surgeon requires a large amount of education.
Oh, yes. After leaving grammar school.
Go on.
That's all. Of course, we have 2 weeks of pre-med, then 1 week of med. Oh, I'll never forget the day I graduated a full-fledged tree surgeon. My, I was proud when the dean handed me my diploma and a pair of bloomers.
Did your training as a tree surgeon end then?
Oh, no. I interned at Berry Wood. You know, but I sometimes wonder if it's worth it. I'm just worn out today. I was up all night delivering an avocado.
Oh, boy or girl?
Did you ever see an avocado?
Mrs. Grummel, you've done wonderful things with trees. I understand you were the first one to put bath mats under weeping willows.
Well, thank you. But the case that I'm most famous for in my own little-known way is the case that I like to call the case of the giant redwood.
Up in Sequoia National Forest, huh?
Yes. You've seen the enormous tree with the highway running right through the middle of the tree?
Yes, I think we all have. Did you perform an operation on that tree?
Yes, a very delicate operation. I had to use 14 pounds of Jergens lotion. It was a removal operation.
You used 14 pounds of Jergens lotion?
Yes, I had to soften up 2 Buicks.
This has certainly been an interesting discussion, Mrs. Grommel. You must come back next summer. Is there some place we can contact you?
Oh, yes, I'm doing a local job now, a plastic surgery over in Griffith Park.
Plastic surgery on a tree?
Oh, yes, on lots of trees. I'm removing the penknife marks. Almost every tree in Griffith Park has a heart with an arrow through it, and Joe loves Mabel, or Joe loves Gertrude, or Joe loves Imogene, or Joe loves Mary, Joe loves Ruthie, Joe loves Toots, Joe... Anyway, I expect to be in Griffith Park for a long time, for months and months.
You mean the work will take that long?
No, I just met Joe.
Thank you, and good night.
Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows, the independent tobacco expert who knows from his own experience at the auctions what kind of tobacco is bought by the makers of Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows, the tobacco buyer.
Mr. Fred Evans of Danville, Virginia, has bought tobacco leaf at more than 3,000 different tobacco auctions. Recently, he stated,
Year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine quality leaf. That fine, ripe, mellow tobacco you can't beat for top smoking quality. Smoked Lucky's myself for 19 years.
Yes, the man who knows. Experts like Mr. Evans can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Friends, as you know, I am a summary placement. A summary placement is a fellow who broadcasts during the hot weather to give the other actors time to count the money they've made all winter. Frankly, I'm a little worried because my brief summer career is coming to an end. Radio's getting ready for the winter again. Edgar Bergen is repainting Charlie McCarthy. Fibber McGee is waxing Harlow Wilcox. And Phil Harris has switched to antifreeze with an olive.
Well, look, I'm not trying to worry you, Jack, but let's consider who's going to replace us. Well, we've done good shows. We're not failures. How can you be a failure? You're only 29.
Hi, we won't be failures for another 10 years yet. But that's radio. The summer's running out and our leaves are getting brown. Think how I feel. I thought I was a success. I have everything a young man wants. Fame, fortune, suede shoes.
But, Jack...
Let it go. Be optimistic, you know.
Jack, who's going to replace us? Lum and Abner have had their chance.
It's cruel, Hi, I know, but there's one good sign. Amateur hours are coming back. Fresh new talent will arise. Tonight we're going to give 3 young hopefuls a chance. The winner will be our winter replacement. Who knows? We may discover a new Phil Baker.
Oh, that's just grand. Well, Jack, here is our first discovery. Step this way, miss.
Good evening, miss. Your name is Griselda Furpo. Are you here to audition for our winter replacement?
Would I be here if this was inner sanctum?
Well, come to think of it, that veil does look a little like a cobweb. I presume you've had some experience in show business.
Certainly. I was with a USO troop in Japan.
Japan? How long were you there?
Until the Americans arrived. It just so happens I'm a singing midget.
Aren't you a little tall for a midget?
I'm standing on my sister.
Well, if you don't mind, you're not very attractive.
I don't mind. My sister's on top this week.
Well, what are you going to do for us tonight?
Well, if my sister Tangerine will jump down and go to the piano, I'll sing. Hey, Tangerine, jump already. Arpeggio, please. Heartache, heartache, my love and you meant only heartache. Your kiss was such a sacred thing to me. I can't believe it's just a burning memory. Heartache, heartache, what does it matter how my heart breaks? I should be happy with someone new, but my heart aches for you, a Ricky Ticky. My heart aches for you.
Thank you, Furpo sisters. Stand by until the end of the program when the audience applause will decide the winner. Our second contestant in our talent search is a man here wearing the long black coat with a bird cage in his hand. Good evening, sir. What is your name?
Bonsoir, mon ami. My name is Monsieur Roudet-Lapé, the magician.
You're French, aren't you?
Les enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. English translation, oui.
Well, we're glad to have you here in America. Incidentally, is it true what they say about those French bathing suits? I mean, what are they like?
Oh, they are very simple. You just take 2 handkerchiefs and throw one away.
I see, but you said you were a magician.
Oh, but I do card tricks with mice.
Maybe I was listening wrong. Did you say you do card tricks with mice?
Yes. Here, pick him out.
Pick a mouse. No, Rude. You can't do that on the radio. Look, don't you do any of the conventional magician's tricks, like maybe sawing a woman in half?
Oh, but, monsieur, I shall never saw a woman in half again. I was never so humiliated. I was on the stage of the Orpheum Theater, you see.
You mean something went wrong with the trick?
Oh, yes. I don't know how it happened, but I was sawing this woman in half when all of a sudden I heard bloop, blip, bloop, blip.
Poor Simone.
But I have a trick for which I'm famous. Look, I take $50 from your nose. See?
Gee, I wish I'd known that this morning. I needed some change. Now, what else do you do?
Surprising as it may seem, I'm also a great hypnotist.
That's fine for the radio. Hypnotism.
Oh, yes. Look, I'll do it to you. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep. Abba-dabba, sleep.
See, it really works.
It does?
Yeah, my abba-dabba's asleep. Thank you, monsieur. Please stand by for the decision of the audience. Now, here's our last contestant in our talent hunt for a winter replacement. Your name, sir?
Benny, Jack Benny.
No favoritism, please. Now, Mr. Benny, have you ever had any experience on the radio before?
Why, yes. In fact, I worked out on the radio up until 12 weeks ago.
Oh, and what have you been doing for the past 12 weeks?
Collecting unemployment insurance.
Tell me, Mr. Benny, these days of inflated prices, they worry me. Isn't it rather difficult to live on $20?
Yes, it's become almost impossible for me to save more than $12 a week. I had to close up the left wing of our house. Unfortunately, Mary's mother was in it at the time.
Mr. Benny, what can you do?
Well, here's my business card.
Do you mind if I unfold it?
Please do.
All right. Jack Benny, comedian and violin virtuoso. Violin selections provided for private parties and weddings, formerly with Phil Spitali. Mr. Benny, were you really with Phil Spitali?
Yes, until my voice changed. That was about 6 years ago. I finally left the orchestra with spite work or something. That Evelyn and her magic violin. You know, she just held hers. I had to play mine. Well, Mr. Paar, you haven't finished reading my card yet.
Oh, yes. Can provide violin music for junior proms, birthday parties, taffy pulls, banquets, and anniversaries.
Oh, turn it over. There's more on the other side.
Oh, yes. Also, I'm being considered to accompany Margaret Truman at the Hollywood Bowl.
It's a cinch, you know, if she sings Love and Bloom.
Now, Mr. Benny, you said you were on the radio. Were you a contestant?
No, I was an entertainer. You see, many years ago, I started my career as a comedian in vaudeville. I knew I was a comedian because all my clothes were made that way.
And from vaudeville, you went into radio.
Yes, and I'll never forget those early days of broadcasting. Mr. Paar, maybe you heard one of my first shows.
I probably did. Which one were you, Mert or Marge?
No, Mr. Paar. He's that living. I was the original Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy.
When you were a boy, we didn't have all of America.
Wait till you hear my next line. We did too.
Mr. Benny, you mentioned a few minutes ago that up until the last 12 weeks you were working on the radio. What type of show did you do?
Well, if you've ever heard me on the air, you'd realize I'm one of the funniest men in radio. And to prove it, I brought over a script of one of my shows. I was just great.
All right, Mr. Benny, you read your part, and I'll read the other roles.
Oh, there are no other roles to this. I just typed up the part I did on the show. Now, listen. Thank you, Don. Well, hello, Mary. Phil, you've got to do something about that band. Sing, Dennis. Rochester, answer the door. Yikes! Well, what do you know? It's Ronnie and Benita. But we're a little late, so good night, folks.
And, Mr. Benny, that is the mirth-quaking humor you did on the radio.
Yes, sir.
Well, maybe you'd better play the violin for us.
Just a second till I get it. 1 second. All right, let's go.
Mr. Benny, that's quite an expensive-looking violin you have there, huh?
It is, but I'm even prouder of the bow. You see, most bows are made of horsehair. This one comes from Lassie.
I thought it was an awfully short bow. Now, suppose you start.
Oh, just a minute. I want to rosin my bow here.
Oh, by all means do. Why the haft shape?
Ready. Now, I brought my own... I try to talk in so you wouldn't get such a big laugh. I brought my own piano accompanist, Jose. Give me A, will you? That's close enough. Intermezzo. you don't do that fast, you're dead. You know? Wife Fatali let me go and kept Evelyn. I'll never know. And now for a faster number.
That's enough, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny, you can stop now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute!
Something wrong?
Yes, Mr. Benny, I don't feel you're quite ready yet.
But, Mr. Paar, you haven't given me a fair chance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but you're wasting my time.
Look, kid, your time is my time.
Mr. Benny, stand by for the decision of the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard our three contestants. Now, as I put my hand over each contestant's head, the studio audience will applaud, indicating their favorites. First, I have my hand over the Furpo system. Now I have my hand over Rudy LaPay, the magician.
Abba-dabba, abba-dabba, abba-dabba.
And finally, we have the violinist, Jack Benny.
Are you sure your hand is over my head?
Yes.
You're positive your hand is over my head?
Certainly, I have it right over your...
Uh-oh. What's the matter?
It's under your toupee.
Well, what do you know?
Jack Paar will be back in just a moment, but first...
Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows.
American.
The Man Who Knows, the tobacco auctioneer.
Mr. James Monroe Ball, East Tobacco Auctioneer of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, said not long ago,
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine mellow leaf, tobacco that makes a swell smoke.
The Man Who Knows, the tobacco buyer.
Mr. Carl Hartfield, well-known tobacco buyer from Greensburg, Kentucky, recently said,
At auction after auction, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco, ripe, prime leaf. I've smoked Lucky for over 28 years.
And so it goes with the Man Who Knows, the tobacco expert. Remember, fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the air.
Tune in next week to the Jack Paar Show with Trudy Irwin, the outstanding Paige Cavanaugh Trio, Jerry Fielding in the orchestra, yours truly, High Haverback, and Jack Paar.
Oh, Mr. Benny. Yes? We just took a secret ballot, and you've been elected to be our winter replacement.
Well, I knew it all along.
But, Jack, I'm a little worried. You're not going to play your violin or tell jokes, are you?
Oh, no, I've got something brand new up my sleeve. It's never been done before.
What is it?
Here, pick a mouse.
Good night, everybody.
Don't forget, friends, for the tops in radio entertainment, set your dial to NBC Wednesday night for that thrilling newspaper drama, The Big Story. And on Saturday night, don't miss your hit parade with Martha Tilton, the Pied Pipers, and starring Andy Wilson.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies, this season's two-piece play suits are bolder, briefer, exposing more skin. You'll want to be a bare-skin beauty, beautiful all over. So get big bath-size Palmolive soap. Use it in tub and shower. Makes oceans of soft, lovely lather. Gives you Palmolive's famous complexion care all over. See if regular cleansing with Palmolive doesn't make your skin softer, smoother, more alluring. For bare skin beauty, get bath-size Palmolive soap today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
In your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Bea Benadera, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing When the Red, Red Robin Comes Bob-bob-bobbing Along.
When the red, red robin comes bob-bob-bobbing along, there'll be no more sobbing when he stops throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Get up, get up, get out of bed. Cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bob-bob-bobbing along. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bob-bob-bobbing along.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. In his relatively short lifetime, our young hero, Dennis Day, has held a great many jobs. And up till now, no employer has ever accused him of helping business. But things may have changed, for yesterday, Dennis became a clerk in the Weaverville District Telegraph Office. And those who know him say this will not help one business, but two, the post office and the telephone company.
Our young hero, however, is determined to make good. In fact, to become the greatest telegraph clerk in history. And he's now telling his girlfriend Mildred how he's going about it.
You mean you don't send out the telegrams the way the customers write them, Dennis?
Oh, I keep the sense of them all right. But you take one of the wires I got this afternoon. George fell off a horse today and broke both his arms. Naturally, a person who receives a message like that is going to be upset, so I try to minimize it.
Well, how?
Well, I sent it out. George fell off a horse today and broke both his arms, but don't worry. His legs are still working fine.
I see.
Sure. Things like that are bound to call me to my boss's attention sooner or later. And wait till he hears about my big bargain wire.
Your big bargain wire?
Yeah. You know those telegrams you send a woman every time something important happens in her life? Well, I've made up one wire that covers everything. Saves people a fortune.
One wire that covers everything?
Sure. It says, congratulations on your engagement, your son's graduation, your daughter's wedding, and happy golden anniversary, my dear widow.
Oh, Dennis.
Great, huh?
Well, is that all you do, make up and edit telegrams?
Oh, no. I also take all the incoming messages off the wires.
Well, that doesn't sound too difficult.
Well, right now it's pretty confused. There's so much stuff coming over from the Republican convention, it's getting mixed up with the other messages.
Oh, really?
Yeah. One telegram read, congratulations, Joe. Stop. You have just become the father of twins. Dewey is sure of 18 in Oregon.
Up. I hope you straightened it out.
Oh, sure. I sent Dewey a telegram that he'd had twins in Oregon, that's all.
What?
And the other wire read, you have just become the father of 18. Joe, stop.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh, here I am talking away and I nearly forgot what I came home for. I got a telegram here for your mother.
A wire from Mother? Oh, golly, it must be from her niece and nephew in Los Angeles. They were expecting a baby.
Yeah, and if I remember the telegram correctly, that's what they got.
Well, you better give that wire to Mother right away. She's been waiting to hear all week.
Okay. I'll see you later. Oh, hi, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Good morning, my boy.
I got a wire for you, Mrs. Anderson. It's from your nephew in Los Angeles.
Oh, at last. Give it to me. Little Susan arrived this morning, 7 pounds, 6 ounces. Stassen says it's time for a change.
Oh, it's that darn convention news sneaking in again. It's just a mistake, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh. Well, isn't it just marvelous, Herbert? Bill and Henrietta have a little girl.
Yeah. I hope they didn't have the trouble that we did when Mildred was born. Remember, for a while, the doctor was afraid he might lose me.
Yes, but we managed to pull you through. Oh, my, isn't this exciting? We've just got to buy little Susan things for her layette. Herbert, we'll use the $50 we've saved up.
Why, Poopsie, that $50 was supposed to buy that new suit I need so badly.
Herbert, you don't want your new little grandniece to go naked, do you?
She'll attract a lot less attention that way than I will.
Nonsense. Hand me my purse. Dennis, do you think you can run an errand for me and for once in your life get it straight?
Why not?
It baffles you, too, huh? All I want you to do is this. Take the time and go down and with a $50 bill to 314 10th Street.
314 10th Street?
Yes. It's a new baby shop that's just opened. I'll phone them and order everything and tell them you'll begin with the money.
Okay.
The address again is 314 10th Street. And it's for Susan Quincy's layette. Can you remember that?
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, you know me.
This once surprised me. Come along, Herbert.
Huh. Always making cracks about me. Thinks I'm some kind of a dope. Thinks I can't remember a simple name like Susan Quincy and a simple address like 310 14th Street. I'll show her someday.
This is sure some town Big Sam picked out for us, Pinky. A Bookie could starve to death in a burg like this.
Well, keep your shirt on, Duke. Nobody knows yet that we're taking horse bets here. Wait till the word gets around. We'll get action.
Yeah, but when is it going to start? So far, we ain't had
Hey, anybody here?
Gee, could that be a customer out front?
I'm here about the layette.
Oh, you hear that, Pinky? He wants to lay a bet.
Didn't I tell you we'd get action soon?
Coming, pal.
What can I do for you, bud?
This is 310 14th Street, isn't it?
Yeah, you're in the right place, pal.
Good. Here's the $50.
50, eh? Okay. On who?
I beg pardon?
What's the name of the entry?
Oh, Susan Quincy.
Susan Quincy. Oh, yeah, here it is in the form, only it's just listed as Susie Q.
Susie Q, huh?
Yeah, she's the first at Hollywood.
Oh, really? I thought that sort of thing was going on out there all the time.
Well, how do you want her, pal?
Huh?
Well, do you want her to show?
Oh, no, that's why I gave you the $50.
Then you wanted to go on the front end.
I wanted to go on both ends. She might get in a draft or something.
In other words, you wanted to cross.
Sure, cross around everywhere.
Personally, I don't think she's got a chance, kid, not with the kind of handicap she's faced with today.
Oh, you know her parents?
Well, no. She's got pretty good bloodlines.
Oh, the best. Her father spent 4 years in Harvard, and her mother came from Wellesley.
Harvard and Wellesley, never heard of. Must be trotting tracks.
What Duke is trying to tell you, kiddo, is that according to the dope, that baby is a terrific long shot.
Oh, I know. I understand her family never even expected her mother to get married.
Don't you mean mated?
Sure, if you want to call it that. Well, anyway, her mother was nearly 30, and she hadn't even met anyone yet.
30? Why, they generally mate them when they're around 6.
6?
Sure. I certainly never heard of anyone waiting past 8 or 9.
Gee, I guess I traveled with a...
There ain't no use discussing it any further. Your dough is up, and you got yourself a deal.
Swell. I'll drop back in on my way home from work and pick up the bundle.
Pretty sure of yourself, huh? If you ask me, you'll find this Susie Q pulled up in the stretch.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Who ever heard of anyone wearing one of those at her age?
Oh, hello, my boy.
Oh, hi, Mr. Anderson.
Take care of that layout order for Poopsie, all right?
Oh, sure, nothing to it. Those salesmen in that store are two of the nicest fellows I ever met.
Fellows? Why, the salespeople in that shop are all women.
Oh, really? Gee, they had me fooled completely.
Dennis, what address did you go to?
310 14th Street, just like Mrs. Anderson said.
310 14th Street? Why, she said 314 10th Street.
You mean I made a mistake? Well, what'll I do?
Well, as I see it, you've got a choice between a head start and a headstone.
Boy.
What kind of a store was it? Can you describe it?
Well, there were just these two men in the back sitting at a desk. One of them was reading a newspaper called The Racing Form, and he was...
Oh, my soul and body, Dennis. You gave that money to a couple of bookmakers.
Oh, my gosh, and it'll be at least 6 years before little Susan learns to read.
They don't sell books. It's a horse parlor.
Don't be silly. There wasn't a horse in the place.
Dennis, don't you understand? You bet Poopsies $50 on a horse.
You mean I... Oh, my gosh, so that's what Susie Q is.
Now, you've got to call those men this minute and tell them to cancel that bet.
Yeah, and I don't even know their number. Say, maybe Miss Baker will help me out. Thank goodness she's our operator. Hello? Hello? Hello, Miss Baker. This is Dennis. Look, you got to connect me with a store at 310 14th Street. It's a matter of life and death. In both cases, mine. Yeah, gee, thanks, Miss Baker.
That's a break.
Yeah. Hello? Say, this is the fellow who was just in and made that $50 bet. It seems I made a mistake, so I'd like to cancel the... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah.
Well?
They said a bet was a bet, and if I tried to get out of it, I'd find myself in the river some dark night. What can I do, Mr. Anderson? You know how easily I catch cold.
It isn't pleasant to have a cold in your head and your head in a block of cement.
Yeah, they aren't even handling the bet themselves because they haven't got that much money. They said they're phoning it in to someone called Big Sam over in Middletown.
Oh, if we could only think of some way to keep that phone call from getting through, then the bet would be off.
Well, you know that's impossible, Mr. Anderson. The only chance we have is if Susie Q wins the race.
Well, do you think she possibly can, Dennis?
Gee, I don't know. Let's have a look at that paper and see how the experts rate her.
Yeah, here.
Let's see. First race at Hollywood Park. Waterman, very coy. Good early speed from gate. Excellent morning workouts. Red sunset, speed and plenty of courage. Susie Q has bushy tail.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and as I just said, our only chance is to keep that phone call from going through.
We'll be back in just a moment to continue our day in the life of Dennis Day. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing Dolores.
I love the kisses of Dolores, not Marie or Emily or Doris, only my Dolores. From a balcony above me, she whispers, love me, and throws a rose. Ah, but she is twice as lovely as the rose she throws. I would die to be with my Dolores. Dolores. I was made to serenade Dolores. Chorus after chorus. Just imagine eyes like moonrise, a voice like music, and lips like wine. What a break if I could make Dolores mine.
It started when Mrs. Anderson gave Dennis $50 to buy a layette for her grandniece, and he bet it on a horse by mistake. Now the only chance he has is to keep the bet from being phoned into the bookie in Middletown. Luckily, his spinster friend, Miss Baker, who has quite a crush on him, is the local telephone operator. So Dennis has just dropped down to the exchange to see what he could do about tying up the phones.
Why, Dennis, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just dropped in to thank you for getting me that number, Miss Baker. It sure was nice of you.
Oh, it was nothing. Sit down, darling. Sit down. Right here on this stool.
But you're already sitting on it.
Yes, I know.
Miss Baker, please. This is a place of business.
Of course, and that's just what I mean. Come on, you gorgeous thing.
Oh, now, Miss Baker, I'm no different than hundreds of other attractive men, and you know it.
Oh, but you are. If I had a dozen boyfriends, I'd look at you the same way.
Really?
Yes, of course, I might be a little more relaxed about it. Come on, sit down here.
Oh, no. Gee whiz, you get me all embarrassed.
You're not embarrassed about sitting on that little Mildred Anderson's lap. I saw you last night.
Miss Baker, you've been spying again.
Oh, I have not. I just happened to be walking past your keyhole on my knees.
Oh, that explains those holes in the doormat.
Well, I can't help it if I'm a little jealous. You've never taken me out even once since we met.
Well, would you like a date with me tonight?
Tonight? Oh, Dennis, do you mean it?
Sure. Why don't you run over to the beauty parlor and get yourself all fixed up? I'll run your switchboard for you.
Oh, you mean right now?
Oh, why wait? If you want to look attractive, you better start pretty early.
Oh, but Dennis, I can't be... Oh, just a minute. I'll take this call. Hello? Middletown? Yes, sir.
Middletown. Quick, Miss Baker, to the beauty parlor. Hurry before they run out of eyelashes and hips and things. Quick.
But Dennis, I have to...
Go ahead. I'll take this call. Hurry, you're no date.
Oh, well, all right. Here, take my headset. I'll see you later.
Okay. Oh, my gosh, I got to stop this call from going through. If he gets to Big Sam...
Hello?
Did you want your number, please?
Yes, I want Middletown 333.
Middletown 333?
Yeah, 333.
That number has been changed to Middletown 334.
Okay, then give me Middletown 334.
That number has been changed to Middletown 433.
Then give me Middletown 433.
I'm sorry, there is no such number.
Operator, will you get me my party? This is important.
I'm doing the best I can.
Well, hurry, will you? I got to get through to Big Sam.
That name has been changed to Small Pete.
It has not. I want Middletown 333. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. I'm connecting you with Pulaski 333.
I don't want Pulaski. I want Middletown. Middletown.
That name has been changed to Cincinnati.
I want Middletown 333. Can't you get that through your head?
Yes, sir. I'm ringing Hoboken 999.
You've got the wrong number.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll hang up.
I mean, I got the wrong number.
Okay, then you hang up.
Please, operate. I want Middletown 333. Please.
I will connect you.
Thank heaven.
Here is your party.
Hello, Big Sam?
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
What?
Kindly deposit $87 for 3 more minutes.
Never mind. I'm going down to the telegraph office and send a wire. Goodbye.
Oh, my gosh, the telegraph office. Where's my hat? Uh-oh, here he comes. Boy, I hope this eye shade hides enough of my face. He recognizes me.
Hey, mister, you.
Howdy, Bob.
I want to send this wire to Middletown right away, immediately. You understand? Fast.
No, don't get in a sweat, sonny. Keep your Bull Durham dry. Who's she going to?
Sam Daniels.
Hey, what's that last name?
Daniels.
Better spell it for me, sonny.
All right. D-A-N...
What's the first letter?
D. D as in darling.
D as in what? Didn't quite catch that.
Darling. D-A-R...
What's that letter after A?
R. R like in return.
A?
Return. R-E-T...
What'd you say?
T. T as in tomorrow.
How's that again?
Tomorrow! T-O-M-O-R-R-O-W.
I didn't quite catch that last letter.
W. Like in wife.
Hey.
Wife. W-I-F-E.
W-I-F what?
E. Like in elope. E-L-O-P.
Did you say...
No, P like in plumber.
Oh, plumber. Now I got it. I'll read your wire back.
What wire?
Darling, return tomorrow. Wife eloped with the plumber.
No!
Want to send it a straight wire or a night letter, sonny?
I don't want to send it at all. I'm taking the next train out of here and talk to the man myself. Goodbye!
Oh, my gosh, the train. Well, what am I waiting for? I know Earl Welch, the station agent, pretty well. Where's my hat?
Hey, are you the ticket agent?
Yep, here I
am. Give me a ticket to Middletown, quick. I want a ticket to Middletown. What's the matter? Are you crazy or something? That's the last train today, and it leaves in 2 minutes. Now give me a ticket.
What you going to Middletown for? See the barbecue show?
It's none of your business.
I went to the barbecue show once, caught an awful cold.
Look.
The fellow in the back of me kept yelling, take it off. I didn't want to disappoint him.
Look. I want a ticket to Middletown.
Oh, yes, so you do. You want the green ticket or the red ticket?
How do I know? Does it matter?
Nope, they're both the same.
Then give me a green ticket.
A green ticket with a blue suit? You don't care how you look.
Then give me a red suit. I mean a blue suit. I mean give me a... Oh, my gosh, look. The train's pulling out.
Yep, they will do that, you know.
Oh. You fool, now I can't get to Middletown. Do you realize you just cost me $50 I'm going to have to give back?
You don't say. Well, ain't that too bad? That's the fairest thing I ever heard.
And he returned Mother's $50 to you, Dennis?
Sure, the bet was off. I outsmarted him. But I still may be in trouble with your mother, Mildred. I found out something when I got back to the telegraph office this evening.
What?
Well, I found out that...
My gracious, did you children see the evening papers?
No, why, Mother?
Oh, if only I'd played a hunch today.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
Well, this morning Susan Quincy was born, and this afternoon a horse named Susie Q won at Hollywood Park and paid over 200 to 1.
Mildred, if you want to shoot me, I'll be glad to write a suicide note.
Oh, my golly, is that what you meant you found out at the telegraph office?
No, I didn't know about that. But I found out that I delivered the wrong telegram to your mother this morning.
What?
Yeah, the wire I gave you was supposed to go to Mrs. Wilkins down the street. It was her sister that had the baby, only in Chicago, not Los Angeles.
But then what did my wire say?
I'd rather not read it to you.
Dennis Day, I want to know what was in that wire.
Well, it says, just got a sure thing tip on a horse. If you have any spare cash, take it all and bet it on Susie Q in the first race at Hollywood. Sign your nephew, Bill.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Blue Shadows on the Trail. But first...
Dream girl, cream girl, hair that gleams and luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream, the new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. For jars, 49.25 cents. Be a dream girl. A lovely
dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Well, as Jack Benny would say, we're a little late, folks. Good night.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. There's a contagious disease spreading around the college these days, and you don't have to be a doctor to recognize the symptoms. A wandering eye, the listless manner, and the unwonted eagerness and rejoicing with which the dismissal bell is greeted. All these are the signs of spring fever. And no one at Ivy seems to escape the affliction, least of all Dr. William Todhunter Hall, the president, and his wife Victoria, who are taking an afternoon stroll through the campus.
Vicky, if I'm called upon to justify my absence from presidential duties this afternoon, I hope I can do so with dignity and logic.
Oh, go on. I guess even a college president can play hockey now and then if he wants to.
Hooky, my love. The word is hooky. Hockey is a sport usually played on ice.
Oh, ever play it?
Hooky?
No, hockey.
Oh, yes. In my junior and senior years here at Ivy, I played goalie.
Same time as you played hockey? My, you were busy, weren't you?
No. A goalie is a hockey player. He guards the goal, which is a sort of a cage on a steel frame. One year, we took our paraphernalia over to Newcastle College because they were short of equipment. The papers made quite a to-do about our carrying goals to Newcastle.
Oh, yeah, Newcastle. Yeah, likely story. Well, if you're caught, I'll tell them you were running a few degrees of spring fever and had to get some fresh air.
Yes, in these vernal seasons of the year, as John Milton said, when the air is calm and pleasant, it were an injury and sullenness against nature not to go out and see her riches and partake in her rejoicing.
I somehow can't think of Milton rejoicing. I just think of him as a melancholy fellow who lost his paradise.
But he regained it, you remember. I think his publishers demanded a cheerful sequel.
No, I think maybe 20th Century Fox made him an offer if he'd fixed it up with a box office ending.
And in that case, it would have been 17th Century Fox. But why are you staring at Emerson Hall, Vicky? And not that I hold any brief for it as an academic Taj Mahal.
Yes, but I always wanted to ask you, what's that odd little balcony above the entrance for?
Well, that, my love, is known as Applegate's Folly. It was originally designed by Applegate as a niche to hold a statue. But it gave great controversy arose as to whose statue. Partisans fought for such favorites as Socrates, Copernicus, Elbert Hubbard, and Ulysses S. Grant.
Who won, Stonewall Jackson?
No, a compromise was finally achieved in the person of Wilbur Bessemer, the then president of Ivy, and literally a stout fellow. But then it was discovered that the niche was too narrow. Either Bessemer would have to go on a drastic diet, or they would have to settle for someone tall and lean, like Abraham Lincoln. But since Lincoln was already mounted in the foyer of Emerson Hall, the plan was abandoned.
Yeah, I know I'm going to regret this, but why didn't somebody think of putting Emerson in Emerson Hall?
Oh, they did. Oh, yes. But Emerson's statue had already been installed in Hawthorne Hall. No, don't ask me why. No, I don't know.
Well, anyway, that I understand completely. Now, my Aunt Edith always kept the pepper in the salt cellar.
Well, that's a parallel case.
Yes. Just cut across here, darling, and go home by way of the horticultural building. Oh, it smells so good over there. Maybe I can beg a handful of jonquils for the living room.
Splendid idea, Vicky. A little floral decoration.
Hello, Miss Hall. Hiya, Doc.
Grogan.
Pull over to the curb and shut your motor off a minute, will you?
Why, of course, Grogan. Have we violated some pedestrian regulation?
Nothing personal, Doc, but if I was to let you go through here, cutting across the flower beds, every knucklehead in this brain factory of yours would have been tramping all over the place in their size 12s.
And it ain't fair to Newts and the gardener.
Well, I'm sorry, Grogan. It was my idea, and I didn't know anything was planted here.
Nobody ever knows anything is planted here because nothing ever comes up. Anything Newts and grows here is strictly for the boys.
Did it ever occur to anybody to put up a sign saying keep off or something, or am I oversimplifying?
Oh, you ain't oversimplifying, ma'am. You're underestimating.
Underestimating what, Grogan?
Well, the talent these kids around here got for larceny. I'll put up a dozen signs. Every time I turn my back, somebody swipes them. If a sign stays up for 3 months, nobody wants it. But a fresh painted sign with a varnish not hardly dry yet, this is a prize. They got to steal it. What's the psychology of it, Doc?
Oh, it's a psychotic reversion, Grogan. Definitely related to the Oedipus and Electra complexes.
No.
Yes. With overtones of frustration. Stemming, undoubtedly, from a traumatic experience in the cortex or medulla oblongata.
Ain't it the truth?
The undergraduate compulsion to acquire public notices is an inverted form of exhibitionism, underscored by a neurotic disturbance in the realm of the anxiety syndrome.
Ooh, what spring does to him.
It's an aberration. Commented on and documented copiously by the Viennese psychologist Van Schmickelberg in his monumental Auf Niebenhauer Blickenspiel, and supplemented later by Dipfelmeier, as set forth in his 12-volume Schlagen Profunde den Linden mit Pfeffernussen in der Trinkelsturm.
It's amazing, Doc, the way you and me think along the same line.
I'm sure he'd like to lend you Von Schmickelberg's book any time you want to read it. What was the name of it again, dear?
You mean the Kriegswasser nicht zerstören in der Aufgeschmacke?
No. I mean the Schwander der Dudelsack Pfeifer.
There's so many of them.
Yes.
Well, Grogan, I'm sorry we violated the regulations.
That's okay, Doc. I spent half my life keeping people from taking the shortcut, and the other half looking for stolen signs, the brass ball off the flagpole, the skeletons out of the medical building. I find them, read them the riot act, growl on them, and say, listen, chums, no more, see? And what happens? They pat me on the back and say, good old Grogan, the student's friend.
And you know they mean it, Grogan.
Well, before it goes to my head and I start pinning medals on myself, I got to go track down 25 missing Somalians.
$25?
Yeah, and it's a mess, Doc. Some gal loses $25 from one of the dormitories, so I got to right away and start making like Scotland Yard, with a dean of women breathing down my leg like a police commissioner.
Well, if this is true, Grogan, it's a serious charge.
Oh, don't I know it? And the trouble is, every time I look at these nice kids, I can't believe one of them might be a crook. They can steal my good signs, and I don't worry. But when money turns up missing, that ain't a good sign. That's a bad one.
Darling, it's nearly 5. Aren't you about through for the day?
One more appointment, Vicky. Dean Huxley called, and she's sending one of her young charges over to see me.
Oh, dear. Some co-ed out late again without a pass.
No, this is one of our most exemplary students, Eleanor Joyce.
Eleanor?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's one of the bright and busy ones. I don't know how she finds the time. She's on half the student committees this year.
Yes, but why does she want to resign from the most important of all of them, the Student Judiciary Council?
Yeah? Maybe she flipped her lid.
Flipped her lid.
It's a slang expression.
I know, dear, but it was not originally a slang expression. No, it derives from our American Revolution.
Really?
A soldier from a New Hampshire regiment named Philip Lyd. Philip O. Lyd, to be exact. He was in the habit of going all to pieces at the first rattle of musketry. So, doing a Philip O. Lyd soon became a New England expression. And by 1800 had become corrupted to flip the lid.
William,
Yes, dear?
Was the case of Philip Olive Lid covered in von Schmickelberg's book?
Sir, Victoria, my love, you are becoming much too perceptive.
Yes.
Yes, I can see it. I shall have
that
to...
must be Eleanor, Toddy. As von Schmickelberg would say, ich will der Dog gessen.
Hello, Mrs. Hall.
Good afternoon, Eleanor. Come in. Dr. Hall's waiting for you.
Thank you. I rushed over as soon as I got out of class. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Miss Joyce. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Well, Dean Huxley sent me over, but of course you know that. I suppose she's told you that I want to resign from the Judiciary Council.
Yes, she has. Naturally, I'm surprised and disappointed.
And you might as well face it, Eleanor. Dr. Hall's going to try his best to change your mind, and I don't think you've got a chance.
Well, Miss Joyce, I know you're serving on several student committees, but I'd like to suggest that if you must drop one, it should not be the Student Judiciary Council.
But, Dr. Hall, you see, I don't feel that I'm any longer qualified to serve on it.
Well, being on a Judiciary Council makes you a kind of judge, Eleanor, but do you think you should be the judge of the judge, since you are the judge?
Oh, but I'm just one of three, Mrs. Hall. I certainly can be replaced easily enough, and besides, it's such a big responsibility.
Oh, I know it is, Eleanor, but responsibilities mustn't be shirked because of their size. In physics, we are taught that there is no action without a reaction. By extension, there is no privilege without an attendant responsibility. Yours is the privilege of possessing brains and judgment and the high regard of your fellow students. Your obligation is to use these possessions wisely and for the common good.
But, Eleanor, you must have had a good reason for wanting to resign.
You see, Mrs. Hall, the next case that's coming up before the council concerns a girl who's been accused of taking money from another girl's room.
Oh, yes, I did hear that some money had been reported missing, but I was hoping it was just a loss and not a theft. However, it seems to me that this is exactly the kind of instance where you can most properly fulfill your function as a student judge.
But, Dr. Hall, Judy, the girl they've accused, is my roommate, one of my very best friends.
Oh, dear. Well, I can see where that would make it embarrassing for both of you.
Yes, it also makes it a great deal more important that you should remain on the council. Your withdrawal now could be taken as an assumption by you of her guilt.
Eleanor, do you really think Judy took the money?
I don't know what to think, Mrs. Hall. Well, everybody knows that Judy was the only one in the dormitory Sunday afternoon, and I know she couldn't have taken it, but, well, Judy's always broke, and then Monday morning, right out of the blue, she paid me back $15 she's owed me for several weeks. And when I asked her where she got it, she got angry and said it was none of my business.
Well, surely you wouldn't convict her on that kind of flimsy evidence, would you?
No, of course not, but when I tried to ask her for some explanation because I wanted to help her, she got so mad that now I'm positive she thinks that I believe she's guilty, and, well, I just can't face her.
Well, Eleanor, however personally distressing this may be for you, I don't think you should evade your responsibility. And you might remember two of Sir Matthew Hale's rules for judicial conduct. That you be wholly intent upon the business you are about, remitting all other cares and thoughts as unseasonable. And that you suffer not yourself to be prepossessed with any judgment at all until the whole business be heard.
The Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
And now to return to the Halls of Ivy. It's the following morning, and Victoria Hall is reading the newspaper while Dr. Hall, after many interruptions, is trying to concentrate on a long and complicated financial report.
Now, let me see. Installing sump pump in basement of Wellman Hall.
Installing a what, Toddy?
A sump pump. And for $1,450. It's outrageous. I think, not knowing exactly how much one should pay for a sump pump.
Well, maybe some pumps come to a bigger sum than other sump pumps. What is it, Evidently, what exactly is a sump pump? Yeah, and please don't refer me to that Viennese authority von Schnickelberg. No.
A sump pump, my love, is a pump installed in a sump. A sump is a pit or reservoir. Now, if I can have a moment's quiet, it seems to me that $1,450.
Oh, I'm
What
sorry.
happened? What was that?
I'm sorry. I thought I'd take the receiver off the hook so the phone wouldn't ring and disturb you while you were working, and I dropped the telephone.
Well, thank you just the same. Now, let me see. For $1,450 for installing the something. Well, what's that?
Oh, it's just the vacuum cleaner, dear. I'll get Louisa to turn it right on.
Oh, it's inevitable. Louisa has an infallible sense of timing. Whenever I have work requiring concentration, this and no other is the time for vacuum cleaning. I know that some people would enshrine the man who invented the vacuum cleaner among the immortals. But I, who ask only for one little moment of cloistered quiet...
Oh, darling, Louisa must have heard you. She's turned it off.
When you think that for the sake of a speck or two of dust, you endanger the delicate tissues of our neural system, and when you consider that $1,450 for the sump pump, plus $648.
Yeah, well, it's all right. Louisa will answer the door.
$1,456. No. I've been looking at the wrong figure.
I'm over here, darling.
Yes, I see. $1,450. Oh, I see. I don't add the $1,450. That's included. Oh, dear. Come in, Louisa.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall. The mayor's here.
Oh.
Mrs. Hall, I put it in the icebox. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Louisa. It's very thoughtful of you, and I'm glad you told me. I know you don't like me to, Dr. Hall, but it was turning green. But what can you expect when you've had it since Christmas?
Well, if I've had it since Christmas, Louisa, you might just as well throw it out. It's even too late to reply by telegram.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard, Dr. Hall. They say that sometimes when cheese gets old, it smells so strong it can walk away by itself. But I never knew it could walk as far as the telegraph office. Oh, it's the cheese you put in the icebox, not the mail.
That's what I said, Mrs. Hall.
Oh.
Now, what did I do with the mail?
What's that peeping out of your apron pocket?
Oh, my. Here you are, Dr. Hall. Here's the mail.
Thank you, Louisa.
And, Mrs. Hall, I'll just have to sweep today. Well, got my work to do. Must have been a hairpin.
Now, how does a hairpin make a cheese turn green?
Yeah. Well, it's a good question, and I have a silly answer. The hairpin was caught in the vacuum cleaner, darling, and that's why it stopped so suddenly.
Oh, hairpins. Yes, I must remember that. In the future, when I want quiet, I shall tiptoe out and silently strew hairpins all around.
Yes. And just as silently pay the repair bills, I'm sure. Any mail for me?
Vicky, look at this. $25.
Oh, Toddy, you won something. Have you been sending in box tops again? Huh? Try to win a little dandy space patrol disintegrator with a built-in rocket signal.
Listen to the note with it. I'm sorry I caused such trouble. Judy Buckley didn't steal the money. I did. I just wanted to borrow it. But since there's been so much fuss, I am returning it. I hope this clears up everything without any further trouble for her. Naturally, it's unsigned.
Well, good for Miss Unsigned. That gets Eleanor out of her dilemma.
Yes, but it poses a dilemma for me. What about Miss Anonymous? Since she's returned the money, am I just to accept her explanation? Or am I to try and find out her identity? I think I'd better call Dean Huxley about this right away.
Yes, and Eleanor, too. She'll be delighted. But, darling, first of all, you'd better get in touch with Grogan and tell him to call off his bloodhound.
Yes.
Hiya, cutie.
Just wipe your shoes on the matting, Mr. Grogan, and don't call me cutie.
Okay, lammy pie.
Wipe your feet good. Got enough mud on them to plant petunias in.
What, home?
Last time you was here, you tracked up the whole living room.
Oh, come on, give us a smile. Let us see your dimples.
There are footmarks all over Dr. Hall's study, too.
Well, I like to leave little reminders of myself around, sweetie puss.
Oh, Mr. Grogan, come in.
How are you, Miss Hall?
Dr. Hall's in the study. He's expecting you.
Oh, good.
Mrs. Hall,
it came back, and I hung it in the basement. And such big feet, too.
Well, I see it, and I hear it, and I'll never believe it. What a dame. She talks like a warped Ouija board.
And before we start speculating about whose feet are hanging in the basement, let's go. Toddy, Officer Grogan's here.
Hello, Grogan. Come in.
Hi, Doc. Got the message you wanted to see me.
That's right. I'd like to turn over the missing $25 to you.
What missing $25?
Well, you know, the money you were looking for in the dormitory.
Yes, it was returned to me with an unsigned letter.
Now, wait a minute. Leave us not go our separate ways together. You want to give me $25, I'll take it. But this ain't the $25 that was missing from the dormitory.
Why? What makes you so sure it isn't?
On account of I found that $25 myself early this a.m. That's Grogan. While the world sleeps, he's out solving crime.
But how could you have found the stolen money? It was returned to Dr. Hall in this morning's mail.
That money wasn't stolen. It was just mislaid. Look, in what I've learned, seems like 100 years working with these kids. But I've learned when something is lost, it probably ain't. So I figures money is paper. Where do kids put papers? In books, comes my quick reply. So I says to this doll, go through all your books, Mouse Mind. And she does. And there it was in her trigonometry.
It doesn't really make much sense. You find the $25 in a book.
And I receive, ostensibly, the same $25 in the morning mail.
Well, it ain't often I get two solutions to the same crime, Doc. But it looks like you're $25 ahead. You could stick it in your pocket and forget it. But you got a conscience. The most expensive organ in the human body. So, what do? Go pinch somebody for sending you 25 clams?
No, it won't be necessary, Grogan. The case is closed, thanks to your experience and ingenuity. And since I now know who sent me this money, I must get busy and return it.
But, Toddy, who? Oh.
My love, this is hush money, and hush money doesn't talk. I sent for you, Eleanor, because I knew you'd be glad to hear that your friend Judy's innocence has been completely established.
Oh, it has? Well, that's wonderful, Dr. Hall.
Yes, Officer Grogan was just here and told us the good news.
Officer Grogan? But what did he have?
He found the money this morning.
The girl had tucked it away in a book and then forgotten all about it.
Found the money in a book? But that's not...
Yes, it wasn't stolen at all, Eleanor.
Oh, then... Oh, Dr. Hall, but Oh, dear.
I also wanted to see you because I have something to return to you. Something I received in the mail this morning. $25. It's yours, isn't it, Eleanor?
Yes, it is, Dr. Hall. I was very stupid, wasn't I?
Oh, I would rather call it a little impulsive and premature, Eleanor. You didn't give your friend Judy a chance.
No wonder she was furious with me. I don't blame her. I'm furious with myself.
Well, fortunately, Eleanor, nobody is guilty and nobody has to stand trial. You weren't aware of it, but you were compounding a felony that never existed. Even if you had shifted the finger of accusation from your friend, suspicion would still have remained very much alive in your own mind. And if Mr. Grogan hadn't solved the mystery, you would have left everybody wondering who took some money that was never stolen.
It seems a shame, doesn't it, darling, that such a nice girl as Eleanor could make such a mistake in judgment with the best of intentions.
Well, Vicky, as Oscar Wilde observed, whenever a man does a thoroughly stupid thing, it is always from the noblest motive.
You were very gentle in handling her, Toddy. And now, while you're enjoying the satisfaction you so richly deserve for the solution of this case, I've got a mystery of my own to solve.
And what is that, my love?
I've got to go and find out whose feet Louisa hung in the basement. And I hope it's von Schickelberg.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
That surround us here today.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show.
My lawnmower needs sharpening. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's percolator top is cracked. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Oh, my stocking has a run in it. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's going to have a baby. I got to take her to Mel Blanc to the hospital. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Roth, Joe Kern, Snooky, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and as the star in his own Fix-It shop, Mel Blanc. Now let's drop in at Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop. You know, Mel is one of those fellows who'll tackle any odd job and make it come out even. But it's an even bet that when he's through, the odds will be against him. You'll see just what I mean as soon as you listen to Mel talking things over with his girlfriend, Betty.
Gee, honey, your father's going to be proud of me when he sees how I fixed up everything for the company picnic tomorrow. The tables, the chairs, the barbecue.
Yes, Mel.
Yeah, but I keep remembering last year's picnic. You and I stayed after everybody left.
Uh-huh. You slipped your arm around my waist. I slipped my arm around your waist.
Yeah. And then we both puckered up and...
Yeah.
We blew out the fire together.
Oh, silly. But really, tomorrow's picnic means a great deal to Father.
Well, what's so special about it?
Well, this year, Lionel Owens, the district manager of Supermarkets Incorporated, is guest of honor.
Oh, that's nice. But you and I will be together all day.
Now, listen.
Huh?
You see, Daddy has an idea Mr. Owens may promote him to be assistant district manager.
Gee, that'd be nice for your father. Hey, look, honey, tomorrow, let's you and I take a rowboat.
Now, I'm trying to tell you something.
Huh?
Lionel Owens is very important to Daddy. And I have to be with him most of the day, make things pleasant for Mr. Owens at the picnic.
Oh, I get it.
We just want to help Daddy in any way we can, you know.
I know, and I'm trying my best. Look at this banner I painted to welcome Mr. Owens. Wait till I read it to you. The employees of Supermarket Incorporated number 12 welcome Lionel Owens, Big Ham.
No!
Big Ham and Shrimp Barbecue. Guess I put the comma in the wrong place.
Honey, you don't really mind about Mr. Owens and me tomorrow, do you?
Well, I had it all planned to be with you.
I know, but what about Father?
Let him get his own girl.
Darling, if Mr. Owens has a good time at the picnic tomorrow, there may be a promotion in it for Daddy. Remember, Mr. Owens is pretty important.
Yeah, he must be. Your father came here this morning just to tell me that Mr. Owens is a big success in business. Not like some other people he knows.
Oh, Mel.
And he told me Mr. Owens was a big athlete in college, all-American, a real man. Not like some people he knows. He said Lionel Owens is the kind of a man any father would be proud to have for a son-in-law. Not like some other people he knows. I wonder who all those people are your father knows.
Mel, you know Lionel Owens couldn't possibly mean a thing to me. You're just as big a success as he is any day. You know it and I know it.
Yeah, too bad it's just a secret between you and me.
Well, honey, anyway, tomorrow, remember, I'm spending the day with Mr. Owens to please Father. It's strictly a business deal.
Yeah, and I'm getting the business. Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. Yes, it is a nice day, isn't it?
Melvin, I'm a little worried about the picnic tomorrow.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about. Uncle Rupert, Zuki, and I fixed everything. The chairs, the barbecue, the banner for Mr. Owens.
Mr. Owens, I'm worried about. He has an idea. He's just as good an athlete as the day he left college. He thinks he's as strong as an ox.
Well, gee, Mr. Colby, he ought to enjoy showing off on those two strength testers. You know those two muscle meters we rented from the amusement park?
Yes, he'll be tickled pink if he wins. But if by some freak he loses, I'll never get that job as assistant district manager.
Well, then you have to find somebody who'll compete against Mr. Owens. Somebody who'll be sure to lose.
Yes, what we need is a little weakling, a surefire pushover.
That's right.
I know just the man, but I don't know whether or not he'd do it.
Oh, Mr. Colby, anybody who'd refuse to help you in a situation like this is Well,
That's all I wanted to know. Then I'll ask him.
What's his name?
Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc. Me? Oh, hey, Mr. Colby, I'm no athlete.
Exactly. You get the idea.
Oh, no. I posed for one of those health ads. You know, those before and after pictures?
Which one were you, before or after?
Neither. I was heaven forbid.
Oh, but it's wonderful. You know, I can just see it now. Lionel Owens takes the mallet, swings at the muscle meter, up goes the whatchamacallit, hits the thingamajig, and the bell rings.
Yeah.
1,000. The meter reads Superman.
Gee, and Mr. Owens wasn't even trying.
And then comes your turn.
Yeah.
You step up, swing the mallet down with all your might. The thingamabob flies up and up and up and up.
What does the meter read for me?
100, Mickey Mouse.
Oh, but Mr. Colby, what will Betty think of me?
Now, we won't say a word about this to anyone, understand? Oh, I knew I could count on you, son. Oh, now I must get down to the station and pick up Mr. Owens.
Must you?
In fact, I think I'll bring him here first, just to let him see what kind of competition he'll be up against tomorrow.
Well, I heard a cutthroat competition, but why must it be my throat?
Nell, is it true what Father told me? You're going to compete against Mr. Owens tomorrow?
Yeah, on the muscle meter, but
Oh, darling, I'm so proud of you.
maybe you better wait till tomorrow.
Now, this is what I've been waiting for. You taking this way to show Daddy you're not spineless, that you've got a lion's heart and a quick eye.
Gosh, wouldn't it be easier if he just gave me a physical?
Oh, darling, I just know you're going to win. Oh, look, here comes Father, Mr. Owens, now.
Morning, Mr. Owens. I want you to meet Bearcat Blanc, the strongest man in town.
I'd be delighted to. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, yes, and this is my daughter, Betty.
Hello, Mr. Owens.
Well. I've looked forward to meeting you. It's my pleasure.
It's my girl.
Now, Mel, aren't you going to shake hands with Mr. Owens?
That's right. Put her there, Bearcat.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I never use that hand much anyway.
Say, I hear you're quite a fella in the muscle department. Good. I want some real competition. Here, feel some real muscle. Well, go on, feel.
Gee, they are real, aren't they?
You know where I got these?
Eastern Columbia, Broadway at night.
Back in my college days, I used to get up every morning and chop up 6 cords of wood for breakfast. Boy, was that good.
I like Wheaties much better.
Smell a card, Mr. Owens. Well, we'd better be going. Come on.
Good to know you, Blanc. Put her there.
Oh, I'd rather not. I might hurt your other hand.
Goodbye, Mel. You coming, Father?
I'll be right with you. Now, look, Melvin, it's all understood then, huh?
I guess so.
Owens wins, you lose. If Owens doesn't get a chance to show off those muscles of his tomorrow, he's going to be feeling real awfully bad. And if he feels bad, I'll feel bad. And, well, you know what that means.
Yeah, I'll feel worse.
Zookie, my lad, installing these ridiculous muscle meters has me completely fatigued.
Yeah, I'm all to be tired. Ow. I'm all beat. I'm exhausted. I feel swell.
That supermarket super athlete Owens will give Mel an awful trouncing tomorrow. How does Mel expect to win? He ought to wise up to himself.
Yeah, Mel ought to get next to himself when it comes to meat muscle. He ought to get next to himself when it comes to... He ought to get next to himself when he could meet more nice people that way.
But listen, Zookie, Mel is not going to lose. I have a plan.
Yeah.
Zookie, we're going to loosen the spring in this red machine so that no matter how hard this Owens fellow hits it, it won't register over 200. Understand?
Yeah.
And then we're going to tighten the spring on this blue machine so that when Melvin brings his puny mallet down, the bell on top will resound for hours. Get it?
Oh, it's certainly,
No. How can you tell which muscle meter, which guy is supposed, whether Mel can, how?
Don't you worry, Zookie. I'll see that Mel works only on the blue machine. I've taken care of that. Honest Uncle Rupert had himself appointed referee.
You did?
Yes, my lad. Melvin just can't lose.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble makes no detour. It strikes the rich as well as the poor. Perhaps that little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has even caught up with you. Be on your guard. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, our Mr. Fix-It, Mel Blanc, is really in a fix. Mel has promised to lose to Lionel Owens in a contest of strength on the muscle meter. But Uncle Rupert and Zookie, who know nothing of Mel's promise, have fixed it so that Mel can't lose. Well, we find Mel and Betty at the picnic grounds now, but you can bet that before the day's over, it'll be anything but a picnic for our hero.
Hey, look, Betty. Suppose I don't show up so well against Mr. Owens. Would it matter very much to you?
Oh, of course not. I know you're going to do your best against him in this contest. And when it's all over, you'll feel like a new man.
Yeah, and whoever I feel like will be an improvement.
Honey, don't talk like that. I know you're going to win today.
How can you be so sure?
Well, I love you, don't I?
That's logical.
Be serious, darling. What's the matter with you?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't have the ambition to amount to anything.
Now, that's silly.
I don't have the personality to amount to anything.
That's not true.
And I don't have the brains to amount to anything. Well, this is a fine time to stop arguing with me.
Oh, darling. Well, now, listen, I really must get back to Mr. Owens. Say, do you know what that big windbag said?
What, honey?
He said he can tear a telephone book in half. Isn't that funny?
Can he?
Yes, he tore one in half for me.
Oh.
A Chicago directory, too.
Oh. Well, I can tear a telephone book in half, too.
You can now?
Yeah, if it's one from Ghost Town, Arizona.
Well, goodbye, honey.
Bye.
Don't forget I'm with you.
Thanks, honey. Oh, this is fine. If I win, I lose. If I lose, I win. Well, at least you can't say I'm not getting an even break.
Zookie, oh, Zookie.
Yes, Uncle Ruby. Hi, Rube.
Are you sure you fixed those muscle meters so that Melvin can't lose?
Oh, yeah, everything is okay. Check.
What took you so long?
I ran into Dr. Crab.
Dr. Crab, that dog doctor. What's he doing here at the picnic?
Well, he wants to see you.
Here he comes now. I'll talk to him. Zookie, you get back and watch those machines.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hello, Christopher. How's the good dog doctor today?
Consultant veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Say, Christopher, do you realize you hang around dog kennels so much? You're beginning to sound like a dog?
You're very kind. Thank you, Rupert.
Christopher, I'm in a hurry. I have to referee a contest of strength between Melvin and Mr. Owens.
Oh, I wish you'd introduce me to Mr. Owens. I want to ask him to market my special dog food. It's called Dr. Crab's Doggy Dinner.
How does it taste?
Oh, delicious.
Okay, Christopher. I'll tell Mr. Owens.
Thanks. I'd have told him myself, but I couldn't get to him for all those wild kids here at the picnic.
Oh, come now, Christopher. You must have been pretty wild yourself when you were a pup.
Oh, no. I lived a very sheltered childhood. In fact, I was kept on a leash. My mother saw to that.
Your mother? What about your father?
Who do you think was on the other leash?
Oh, go away. Go away. I've wasted enough time already.
I'll go. Goodbye, Rupert. Remember, don't put a dachshund in a revolving door. He's much too long, my friend. He'll only catch up with himself and say, brother, this is the end.
Ladies and gentlemen of supermarket number 12, you're about to witness a contest of strength and skill between your esteemed district manager, this mass of muscles, Lionel Owens.
Thank you very much. Here in my hand you see a Chicago telephone directory. Watch closely.
Wish he'd stop tearing up those telephone books.
And his opponent, that grand boy, that magnificent specimen of manhood, proprietor of our local pixie shop, Mel Blanc.
Hooray!
Thank you, Miss Colby. And now, Mr. Owens, step right up to your muscle meter. No, not that one. Right here. The red one.
Anything you say.
Now, gentlemen, the first one to ring the bell will be the winner. You have 3 tries. You're first, Mr. Owens. Go ahead.
Okay. Stand back, everybody. This is going to be a cinch. 1,000 the first time. 100?
100 on the muscle meter. Good for you, Mr. Owens. The meter reads, weak as a kitten, drink more milk.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait till I take another swing at this. I'll break it in half.
150 and the meter reads, top of the mark, if you're a grandmother.
I don't understand it. Wait, everybody, get further back. Spread out.
Back to 100, and the meter again reads, weak as a kitten.
Oh, no, it can't be. I'm through.
We won't hit 75.
That's right, Mel. You won't hit that high, will you?
Me, Mr. Colby? Why?
Right here, Melvin, the blue muscle meter. Step right up, my boy.
Go ahead, darling. You show him.
Okay. Well, here goes, everybody. Did somebody hear something?
1,000 on the muscle meter, and the meter reads, Superman.
That's wonderful, Melon, with only one hand.
Yeah, my left hand, too.
Mel Blanc, I want to talk to you.
Oh, Mr. Colby, honest, I just...
talk to you.
I can't now. I'll see you later. I got to get a candy bar, for energy.
Melvin, the boy, wait for Uncle.
Mr. Colby?
Yes, Mr. Owens.
I want to talk to you. Alone.
Now, look, Mr. Owens, you weren't informed. Everybody has an off day.
No, Colby, let's face it. I'm slipping. I've been working too hard as district manager. The old fire is gone.
Fire? Oh, you mean fire's gone.
Yes, Colby. When I got out of college, I promised myself that the moment I started losing my grip, I'd give up work completely and build myself up again.
You don't say.
Now you can help me, Colby. You've got to take my place as district manager.
Me? District manager?
No, I know it'll take a toll of your strength as it did me, but you won't let me down, will you? Will you accept?
Will I? I will.
Uncle Rupert, let me get this straight. You say you and Zuki fixed those muscle meters so I couldn't help winning?
Exactly, my lad. No job too big for the fix-it shop. Now, are you pleased with your old uncle?
Oh, but you don't understand. The only reason Mr. Colby entered me against Owens was for me to lose. I promised to lose.
Lose?
Mr. Colby will kill me. He'll lose his job. Oh, what a mess.
Oh, I'm sorry, Melvin.
Hey, wait, maybe it's not too late. I hope I can straighten this out before Mr. Colby gets fired. Say, Mr. Owens.
Yes?
Say, what do you say you take another crack at the muscle meter, huh?
It's no use, Mr. Blank. I just haven't got it in me.
Melvin, can't you see that Mr. Owens is tired? Very tired.
Oh, come on, Mr. Owens. Just one more try. You can do better than grandmother.
No, thanks. I've been embarrassed enough for one day.
Melvin, let's just let things stand the way they are, shall we? Shall we?
Oh, Mr. Owens, please. Here, take this mallet. Step up to the blue muscle meter. Please, go on. Try it, please.
Well, okay, but it's really no use.
You see, 1,000, Mr. Owens. You're a... Yeah, I'm Superman. I'm Superman! Whoa!
Well, that's more like it. I'm my old self again. Mr. Colby. Where's Mr. Colby?
Here I am, sir.
Oh, I thought I was through, Mr. Colby, but Mel here changed my mind.
Yeah, didn't I?
Well, I won't be needing anybody to replace me, Colby. I guess I'm still right there on the beam, thanks to Mel here. See you later, everybody.
Oh, Daddy, aren't you proud of Mel? Daddy!
Oh.
Put down that mouse! Colby!
We'll be back in a moment with a Zookieism. What's a Zookieism? Wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
You know, not even a loving wife can bring herself to mention a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, to her husband. Don't let that breath of trouble hurt your happy marriage. Be sure to do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Zuki, I hope you learned something about competition from today's picnic.
Yes, Zuki. Everything in life has a moral. What did you learn?
Well, I learned that to win, you gotta put your shoulder to the to win, you gotta put your nose to the ground. To win, you gotta you gotta be a good loser.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth and sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Ryan. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
8 p.m., BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, WABC, New York. It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa. Our special guest, Jack Haley, Man About Hollywood. The winner of the Texaco College competition, Josh Wheeler from Louisiana State University at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, in clothing stores today, men can't get cuffs on their trousers or lapels on their coats. We now bring you a man who, everyone agrees, should be given a belt in the back. And here he is, Fred Allen, his first...
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, I heard that the belt in the back innuendo you just foaled there a second ago. Now, do you by any chance know of anyone who is equipped to do this belting?
Well, Jack Benny has been threatening for a long time.
You mean the Mickey Rooney of the gay 90s? Old Grunion Grover is going to do it. Look, let me tell you, Jimmy, he can't lick the point on an ice cream cone, that man. Did you have the ill luck to hear his program tonight?
No, Fred. How was it?
Well, it was, confidentially, it was aspirin bait with music tonight. The program opened. Benny was broadcasting from Camp Callan in California. Mm-hmm. You know, they have a new thing in the Army out on the coast now. Before, years ago, up till this present time, when a soldier broke a rule, he had to do KP duty. You know, peel potatoes, do dirty work. But since Benny started playing Army camps, KP duty has been done away with, Jimmy. If a soldier does something for punishment, he has to attend the Benny broadcast on the camp. They get even with them that way. Well, the program opened tonight. Don Wilson introduced the greatest comedian in the world. Oh. And then Mr. Benny came on and didn't deny it. I mean, he just let it. The greatest comedian in the world. It shows what a sad and sorry shape the world is in. No, honestly, I don't know about that guy lately. Benny is getting so hammy, his eyes are beginning to look like two cloves, you know. Well, the show got going. After that, the show got going. I use the word loosely in this instance. And they had some gags about Benny going in swimming and getting his bathing suit full of grunion. His bathing suit, his old suit that he wears. And no one on the program could figure out why the grunion should flock around Benny. You see, a grunion is a little fish they have out there in California. Without enough strength to come east, it stays out. And the people on the program couldn't tell whether the grunion went after Benny because Benny has that wormy appearance. And I figured the whole thing out, Jimmy. The real reason that grunion, these little fish like Benny, is because the grunion belongs to the smelt family, you see. And if a smelt is lonesome, naturally it will go to a man who, as an actor, has smelt for many years. The little fish. Well, I guess that's about. There were some other things, Jimmy, but we'll skip over them. We're a little late already, I see.
Well, there's certainly more than that to this program.
Yes, there is, Jimmy. You bet there is, Jimmy. And to prove it, I'll turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. New dim-out order to curtail the haze of light thrown on the water by city's illumination vitally affects metropolitan apartment dwellers and store owners. All New York mobilizes to help perfect the dim-out. The Bronx Aquarium announces...
The electric eel will be dimmed until further notice.
Waitress, how did he get out of the tank from the aquarium? Waitress in a 6th Avenue delicatessen reports...
During the dim-out, we are serving in chicken sandwiches no light meat.
No light meat. A prominent news commentator says...
I used to say I'll be back in a flash with a flash. From now on, both flashes are out.
Well, what will you say?
I'll be back in the dark with a remark.
March of Trivia interviews several specimens of riffraff to learn their strange experiences since the new dim-out rule went into effect. Now, first, a real Broadway character. What is your name again, brother?
The hipset calls me Sharp Sherman.
Sharp Sherman, eh? Well, what is your work?
Wink is a sucker's pastime, chum. I live by my wits.
You do, really?
Yeah. There's one born every minute. Somebody's got to take him. That's where I come in. Sharp Sherman.
Well, how sharp are you, Sherman?
Well, who is the first one on Broadway to sell them gold watches for $50?
A solid gold watch for 50 cents?
Yeah, the case was a Woolworth Compact.
Well, what about the works? What made them tick?
Inside, I had a cricket.
I'd like to hear a cricket at the moment. I mean... You are a shot. That joke writer is through. Is that man on the premises? The last joke I'll take from an usher in here. They But, Sherman, you are sharp.
Who started painting Brussels sprouts with white enamel and selling them for gardenias?
You?
Sharp Sherman, chum. I don't miss a trick.
Well, what about this dim-out, Sherman? Have you worked out a racket?
Oh, yeah, I'm light-legging.
Light-legging? What is light-legging?
Well, it's like bootlegging, only with a light.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, during a dim-out, you can't see nothing. You're afraid to strike a match. A cop might be around.
That's right.
I nudge you and I say, can you use a little light, chum?
What would I need a light for?
Well, supposing you're going in the automat. I follow you in, whip out a flashlight, and light up the slots for you.
Well, that's good. That's
yeah, you're getting out of a taxi. You can't see to pay the driver. You might give him too much. I light up your bankroll for you.
Well, tell me, my bankroll is light as it is already. But tell me, Sharp Sherman, what do you charge for this service?
I don't charge you nothing.
Where does your profit come in?
After I put out my light and it's dark again,
yeah,
I pick your pocket.
Well, give me back my fountain pen and get out of here with that cricket. Hey, chap, pick up the cricket gag as you leave, Sherman. A chap who is unhappy about the dim-out is Fonseca Fradkin. Now, what is yours? You are the original Fonseca. We've had imposters coming. You're in Fonseca. Just checking up. Well, what is your squawk, Fonseca?
Thanks to the dim-out, I am momentarily a bum.
Momentarily, huh? Well, what happened?
Well, I was formerly a barker at a certain movie theater.
I see.
All day long, I stood outside, and with a straight face, I'd say, "It's a great show, folks. Step right in. Step right in."
With a straight face, you'd say that.
Yeah.
Well, were you a good barker, Fonseca?
Oh, the best. You could be going home, running for a train.
Yeah?
If you passed by me, I'd bark you into the theater.
Well, how did you do it, Fonseca?
It was a trick I learned from Dale Carnegie.
Oh, I see.
I only took half his course.
You only took half of Dale Carnegie's course?
Yeah, I couldn't win friends.
Uh-huh.
But, oh, how I could influence people.
Well, what about this Broadway dim-out?
Well, the first night it was so dark in front of the theater, I couldn't see nothing.
I see.
I kept walking up and down, barking.
Yeah?
I could hear people passing me. I kept barking.
Uh-huh.
Well, 10 o'clock that night, the manager comes out with a lit punk looking for me.
Comes out with a lit punk,
he says, "What's going on, Fonseca? The theater's empty."
Yeah?
I says, "I'm barking, ain't I?" He says, "Yeah, but you ain't in front of the theater."
You mean it was so dark you went straight away from the front of the picture theater?
I barked 2,000 people up an alley.
Well, what did the manager do?
He blew out his punk and says, "Fonseca, you're through."
about two punks simultaneously, and thank you, Fonseca Fraction. Well, a young lady who is happy about the lack of Broadway lighting is Miss Vicky Welk. You look pleased tonight, Vicky.
Yeah, the dim out done me a favor.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for 2 years I've been going out with a certain boyfriend, Chester.
He's been taking you dancing and to pictures, you mean?
Not Chester. He's as tight as the back of a sailor's pants.
Well, what do you do for excitement?
Every night with Chester, it's the same routine. He walks me up and down Broadway.
Walks you up and down. Well, tell me, Vicky, has the dim out affected your walking?
Yeah. Lately it's so dark, me and Chester has been wearing squeaky shoes.
Squeaky shoes for what?
So we don't lose each other.
Oh, in the dark, I see.
Yeah. If Chester and me get separated, we listen for each other's squeaks.
And when one of you hears the other squeak?
We follow the squeaks till we get together.
Well, how has this game of hide-and-go-squeak been working out?
Oh, we was doing okay till last night.
And something happened?
Chester and me got split up in the dark.
Uh-huh.
I stop till I hear a squeak.
Yeah?
I can't see nothing. I go to the squeak and grab an arm.
I see.
We walk around for an hour maybe. We're both squeaking, saying nothing.
Just squeaking, uh-huh.
Yeah. Finally, we start for home. I'm listening to Chester squeak, and he seems to be squeaking in a higher key.
Yeah?
Well, we get home, and I bend up to kiss Chester. I get a pucker full of mustache.
It wasn't Chester?
Later, it comes out the guy's name is Salvador something.
But that high squeak.
Salvador was wearing elevator shoes. He was squeaking 4 inches higher.
Oh. Well, with new shoes, we the people squeak, and thank you, Vicky Wells. Well, I imagine that about...
Say your exit, Salty Sam. Falstaff's here with epigram.
Openshaw, you're not back again with more broken-down poems.
Have you heard, said the wren to the hen, never again?
No, I haven't heard that one.
Or, I was lying on the village green, and she was thumbing her tambourine.
No, I don't recall that.
My mother's not doing the conga bouncer. A bee got into her bustle.
Enough is enough. Too much in this particular instance. That's done it. Tonight you are my boy, but not tonight. Tonight we have been discussing the dim out on Broadway.
Precisely why I am here.
Don't tell me that you have written a poem.
No, tonight I have written a song.
A song?
Yes. I have brought the Snug Harbor Serenaders to sing.
These are the Snug Harbor Serenaders?
The little man is a rigger.
Oh, I suspected that.
He was formerly with Lynn Murray.
Oh, he left Lynn Murray, did he?
Yes. One day there were 2 harp strings missing. The little man was seen flossing his teeth. There were words. The little man started freelancing.
Well, never mind all that. What about your dim out song?
Gentlemen, if you will. The lights at night don't shine as bright. Up and down dear old Broadway, the Wrigley ad has dimmed each ad that used to like dear old Broadway. And Sloppy Joe's cut down his flow. Joe's flow don't glow on Broadway. The streets as black as hack and sack. Since the dim out has come to Broadway.
And the Snug Harbor Serenaders. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us now to Kenny Baker. And for his first song tonight, Kenny has selected Estrellita. Al Goodman raises his baton, and Kenny sings.
guiding star, there in your home afar, through the night silvery light, for you will shine. Eyes of heaven gently looking down and gazing into mine. Estrella, oh my Estrella, each night I watch for you, and you are watching too, and I know where I may go if wandering stray. You will ever be my beacon light to lead me on my way. Oh, shine on tonight in your palace above. Your silvery light leads me on to love. At your call, as like a bird I'd fly. Estrella, if your love should stray, then I would pray.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Jimmy Wallington, who looks as though he had a slogan in mind.
You're right, Fred. I have a slogan, and a good slogan.
What is it, Jimmy?
Care for your car, for your country.
Say, that is an important slogan today, isn't it?
Yes? Care for your car, for if you're careless today, you may be carless tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, make the care of your car systematic with your Texaco dealer's war conditioning service. Don't rely on occasional attention. Keep your car in fighting trim by seeing that it gets Texaco war conditioning regularly. Your Texaco dealer's war conditioning includes Marfak 40-point chassis lubrication, regular care of tires, air cleaner, batteries, spark plugs, radiator, front wheel bearings, crankcase, transmission, differential, and body finish, and a systematic reminder service to tell you when your car should be attended to again. Enlist a Texaco dealer as your personal car warden. Start tomorrow with his war conditioning service and ask for your copy of his booklet, Care for Your Car, for Your Country, 16 pages of car-saving facts, free at your Texaco dealer.
Well, that was very good, Jimmy, but I think you got that same message over much better about 2 weeks ago with that song, remember?
Oh, you mean Care for Your Car, for Your Country?
That's right. How did that song go again?
Show 'em, boys.
Care for your car, for your country. It's your duty to beware of every squeak. Let your nearest filling station make frequent lubrication so your moving parts are always at a peak. Driving often for car-saving service. Let them keep your valves and carburetor clean. They'll advise elimination of undue acceleration as the way to get more mileage from your gasoline. Slow your tires are now on ration if you use them in rotation. And check them air inflation, they'll go twice as far. You have an asset for old Uncle Sammy. Make it last for the duration of the war. Almost every occupation needs this vital transportation. Keep it up to par.
that's what I meant, Jimmy. Care for your car, for your country. Now, that should be the theme song of every motorist in the country today. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Owens!
Well, of course. Say, you look as happy as a man with 4 new tires and 2 X cards tonight. Are you ready for some fun?
No, I had too much fun yesterday.
Too much fun? You took a good look at your mother, did you?
No. Mama took me on a picnic. We went to a park.
Oh, you went to a park? What park?
Belmont.
Belmont? Why, Belmont Park is a racetrack.
We found that out.
Well, how?
Well, Mama and I went out to Belmont early to start the picnic.
I see.
All morning we played tag and leapfrog.
Tag and leapfrog. Good. Fine. Good,
About
good.
2 o'clock, Mama spread the lunch out on the grass.
Uh-huh.
All of a sudden, Mama heard a bugle blow. Then she jumped up and yelled, "Runaway horse, stop him!"
Runaway horse. I'm wrong.
One horse was running around in a circle, and 6 other horses were chasing it.
Runaway horse. Look, that was the first race.
Then every few minutes, the bugle would blow, and the horses would run away again.
No, wait a minute. I'll explain this to you. The horses at Belmont Park meet by appointment, you see. They hire a man to blow a bugle, and the horses run every day on purpose, mind you, not accidentally.
Oh, it's silly, isn't it?
You mean horse racing is silly?
Yes. 40,000 men will go out to see... Excuse me.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're talking about horses. You keep that frog out of this. Oh, you want to start again? You say horse racing is silly, you say?
Yes. 40,000 men will go out to see horses racing, and when men are racing, not even one horse will show up.
Well, I know, but what the men have when they get through at the track is not hay, and what the horses had if they would come would be hay. You see, that's what... Yes, horses are pretty selfish that way, Portland. Tell me, what else happened at the racetrack?
Well, some man gave Mama a horse to bet on.
What horse?
Grandma's girdle. It was in... It was in the last race. Mama bet $2.
Well, how did Grandma's girdle do?
It weakened in the stretch.
Weakened? It's been disappointing to the old lady, but your mother is very silly to bet. Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you.
Hi, Faye. Hello, Porty.
Hello, Kenny.
Say, Faye,
Yeah?
have you noticed any improvement in me during the last month?
Improvement, Kenny?
Yes. Our Boy Scout troop has been having self-improvement drives.
What's that, Kenny?
Well, each week, it's some great man's birthday, see? And that week, we try to live like that great man.
Well, how's it been working out?
Swell. On Thomas Edison's birthday, I only slept 4 hours at night, and all week I was inventing.
Well, what did you invent, Kenny?
It's a combination eye cup and percolator top.
Well, that sounds handy.
If you've got something in your eye, it's an eye cup, see?
I see.
And if you want to make coffee, it's a percolator top.
Uh-huh.
That's
Well, what else, whom else have you been impersonating?
When it was Benjamin Franklin's birthday, I flew a kite all week.
Well, whose birthday is it this week?
Rocky, fellas, and I want a raise.
Why, every Sunday it's some new trick to get more money.
Oh, loosen up, Bob, just this week.
Well, why this week?
I want to show the scoutmaster my paycheck and say, something new has been added.
Well, if you keep up, something new will be subtracted, Kenny, and I don't mean Lakakia. Well, I've got to see if our guest showed up.
Oh.
Well, we were supposed to have Thorndike McKeester, Portland. He played a wolf howl in the new Marlene Dietrich picture. He's hot right now. We were going to have him, but just before the program started, I got this wire here from Jack Haley.
What does it say?
Have got to see you tonight. Very important. will be there any minute.
The door is opening now.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Meet our unexpected guest, Jack Haley. You look excited, Jack.
I am, Fred. Did you get my wire?
Yeah, now calm down, Jack. You're all out of breath.
I couldn't wait for a taxi. I ran all the way over from the Grand Central. I had to tell you.
You tell me what?
After 15 years, what we've both been waiting for, it's back.
Well, what is back?
Vaudeville.
You're crazy, Jack. Vaudeville is dead. You remember the funeral at the Palace some years ago? Why, you and I were two of the pallbearers, as I remember.
Somebody opened the grave, Fred.
You mean vaudeville is haunting theaters again?
Willie Howard, Lou Holtz, Phil Baker had the biggest hit in New York. It's a vaudeville show.
Well, I know, but that's only New York.
Believe me, Fred, I've been making personal appearances. I just played Waterbury. Vaudeville is a sensation up there.
Not in Waterbury.
Yes, Waterbury. And you know if vaudeville can come back in Waterbury, it can come back any place.
Why, I died in Waterbury before vaudeville died.
Fred, radio and pictures aren't enough today. Audiences all over are clamoring for vaudeville. What are we waiting for?
We? What have I got to do with it, Jack?
You and I can team up and go back into vaudeville. We'll make a fortune.
Oh, look, Jack, vaudeville's all right for you. You're not working.
Not working? I just finished working in a picture at Paramount, Beyond the Blue Horizon, with Dorothy Lamour.
Well, so what?
I'm giving up all that, Hollywood and everything, to go back in vaudeville. Fred, you've got to go.
Look, I have got 5 more weeks in radio.
Radio? What do you want with radio? This drudgery? This sham? This gold mine?
Well, Jack, I am happy here in my little gold mine. I am just digging and digging away and sending it to Washington on the hour.
You're killing yourself. Look at those bags under your eyes. Your eyes look as though you're hiding behind 2 kumquats.
I know how I look.
Do you ever have any fun in radio?
Well, no.
Remember all the good times we used to have in vaudeville? A new town every week, girl acts on the bill.
Ah, girl acts on the bill.
Oh, and all those friends you used to have, Miller and Mack, Lane and Freeman, the LaToy sisters, Jack Norworth, Lucille and her cockatoo.
I've had plenty of birds, but none like that. Yes, I sure had plenty of friends in vaudeville.
What friends have you got in radio?
Well,
Do you know young Dr. Malone?
No,
No. Have you ever met John's other wife?
No.
No. I'll bet you don't even know John's first wife.
I don't even know John.
That's what I mean. Has one man's family ever had you over for dinner?
No.
You've been in radio 10 years, and who do you know? Jack Benny. He's your friend?
Well, hardly, no.
Fred, come on back in the vaudeville where your real friends are.
Well, what makes you think vaudeville will last, Jack?
You remember Mother Sparrow's boarding house in Baltimore?
Oh, boy, Mother Sparrow. Mother Sparrow used to serve the biggest steak in town. It had horns on it. Why, you could hang your hat on a steak while you were eating it. And Mother Sparrow's rates. Remember, room and board $1 a day?
If you had ulcers, it was 75 cents a day.
You gotta wait. Does Mother Sparrow think vaudeville's coming back?
Does she? She's putting out defense workers to make room for actors.
No kidding.
Yes. Do you remember that guy in Philadelphia who used to sell the fake jewelry to the vaudeville actors?
Yeah.
Well, last week he ordered 10,000 rhinestones and 2 coils of chicken wire to make up the rings.
Oh. Vaudeville must be back, Jack.
It is, Fred. All the old acts are getting ready.
What act?
Do you remember Splain's Cats and Rats?
Splain's Cats and Rats. Why, they laid off so long, the cats ate the rats, as I remember.
I met Splain this morning. He's still got the cats.
What about rats?
Splain is casting.
Casting, huh?
I saw him going down a rat hole this morning with 2 pounds of cheese.
He's casting. Well, Splain will have his act together in no time.
Say, do you remember Amazo, the mind reader?
Amazo, what's he been doing?
Amazo's been a bartender in a deaf and dumb tavern.
He's ready, too?
Yes, Amazo's opening at Stanford tomorrow.
A mind reader in Stanford. What'll he do up there?
Remember Murphy's midgets?
Oh, sure. When vaudeville died, Murphy shaved his midgets and put them in an orphan asylum.
Murphy got his midgets out today. He's signing the adoption papers.
Hey, just talking about vaudeville makes me homesick, Jack. The straw suitcase, the spotlight, the grease paint on my collar, and St. Joe. They loved me in St. Joe. They were fickle there.
Here's what we'll do, Fred. You and I'll get our own vaudeville show out.
But we'll need 8 other acts, Jack. What comedians aren't working?
With us, who needs comedians? I'll grab 8 animal acts.
Well, who's around?
How about Hagemeyer's talking dogs? They're a panic. You know, one sheepdog pulls his hair down over one eye and makes like Veronica Lake.
The dogs talk, you say?
Talk. At the finish of the act, the big St. Bernard steps down to the footlights and sells war bonds.
Great. We'll open with Hagemeyer's dogs. Now, what's next?
Fifi and her 8 dancing bears.
Fifi?
It's an adagio act. Fifi's dressed like Goldilocks, and the 8 bears throw around while the band plays Embraceable You.
It'll stop this show.
Then Captain Hoff and his human seal.
Captain Hoff.
Flo McFadden's kangaroos.
Yeah.
And just before when you and I come on, we give them Golden Paul's mathematical hen.
Golden Paul's mathematical hen?
Oh, that hen is dynamite. Golden Paul lets the audience call out numbers. The hen adds them up and then plucks out the answers.
Jack, frankly, do you think we can follow a hen?
Oh, that's right, too. 15 minutes of clucks and then we walk on.
Tell me, how does the hen act finish?
Well, the hen answers 2 questions in trigonometry and then lays an egg in Golden Paul's hand.
No, the hen is out. The hen is out, Jack.
Well, anything you say, Fred.
We can't follow a sensation.
Oh, but wait till we hit vaudeville with this show.
Well, say, what about our act, the act we'll do, Jack?
It's in the bag, Fred. We've got personality.
Well, I know that, but what'll we use for jokes?
Oh, we've got some old wheezes like, steamroller ran over my girl's cat. Has she got a long puss?
Good.
You remember that?
I've got that one about the cross-eyed man playing tiddlywinks. He always winks when he should tiddly. Yeah.
Well, that'll be optional.
Yes.
And the one about the little kid who was playing with the hose. His mother said, "Who put the dew on the grass?" And the kid said, "I doed it." Good.
Say, what an act. How do we finish, Jack?
With a wow song and dance.
I remember that old song and dance you used to do.
Sure. What are we waiting for, Fred? I've got 2 straw hats right here. Let's run through the finish.
All right. Wait till we get our hats. Would you give us the hats there, Maestro?
Hey, what? All set?
All set. Give them the music cue, Jack.
If you please, Professor. It's moonlight all the time on Broadway. Every night the sky is clear. And you can always see a lot of stars on Broadway. Every evening they appear. There is no boating down on Broadway, but taxi cabs are just as fine. On the moonlight all the time on Broadway. And every night is summertime. Every night is summer. Every night is summertime. We don't mean winter. Every night is summer.
gentlemen, while Jack Haley changes his makeup to appear with the Texaco Workshop Players later, we return you to Kenny Baker, and Kenny sings for you now, Skylark.
Skylark, have you anything to say to me? Won't you tell me where my love can be? Is there a meadow in the mist where someone's waiting to be kissed? Skylark, have you seen a valley green with spring, where my heart can go a journey over the shadows and the rain to a blossom-covered lane? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as the will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as the moon, sad as the gypsy, serenading the moon. Oh, Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as the will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a moon, sad as the gypsy serenading the moon. Oh, Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there?
That was very nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Jimmy Wallington.
Congratulate me, Fred. I just passed my driving test.
Your driving test? Well, don't tell me you've been working on the Texaco show all these years, Jimmy, without knowing how to drive.
Oh, no, Fred. But I'm learning to drive a new way. You see, millions of American motorists are taking a test every time they drive these days, testing their ability to get every possible mile from their gasoline. For now, every mile counts. And that's why it's wise to use a high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief. The Texaco dealer, as your personal car warden, suggests you take this 10-second driving test. If you answer these questions yes, you're wasting gasoline. When you start, do you race the motor? Do you use low and second gear more than absolutely necessary? Do you use the choke when the motor is warm? Do you drive faster than 40? Your car warden, the Texaco dealer, also recommends these mechanical tests. Have your carburetor and spark plugs tested, cleaned, and adjusted. Have your motor tuned to top performance. And make sure your car is thoroughly and regularly lubricated. Yes, motorists, pass that driving test. Get full mileage from every gallon of gasoline you use. Now, when every mile counts, use a high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief. After a brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present the most talented undergraduate of Louisiana State University and the Texaco Workshop Players, starring Jack Haley. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute the Louisiana State University at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, by presenting its most talented student. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner has come to New York as Fred Allen's guest with all expenses paid and a cash award of $200. Now, Fred, are you ready to introduce our guest?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Louisiana State University's most talented undergraduate, Josh Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Well, congratulations, Josh, and welcome to Texaco's clowning campus. Have you ever been to New York before?
No, sir, Mr. Allen. This is my first trip.
Well, now that you're here, Josh, I suppose you want to see the sights.
Well, not particularly. I had one thing in my mind, Mr. Allen.
You mean you'd like to have the 6th Avenue L put back up so that you can see it?
No. While I'm here in New York, I'd like to hear John Charles Thomas in concert.
Well, I'm afraid, unfortunately, that you're out of luck, Josh. I believe Mr. Thomas is away on the road at the present time. But gosh, Josh, if you're going to be disappointed, you know, I can sing off a few loaves of shortening bread for you.
No, thanks, if you don't mind. I heard you sing with Mr. Haley earlier in the program.
Mr. Haley, I get it. Well, there isn't much difference between John Charles Thomas's and my shortening bread, Josh. My shortening bread sounds a little crummier, but outside tell the difference. But this has nothing to do with LSU. Josh, tell us something about your school.
Well, Louisiana State University is situated at Baton Rouge. The school is called the West Point of the Deep South.
Why, Josh?
The first president of LSU was General William T. Sherman, and ever since General Sherman's time, the military has been stressed. The cadet is the symbol of LSU.
In these times, I imagine many LSU graduates are active in our armed forces.
Yes, the president of our university, General Campbell B. Hodges, was a classmate of General MacArthur's at West Point.
Fine.
And Brigadier General Clara L. Chenault, an LSU graduate, is in charge of the Chinese Air Force combat units today.
You mean the Flying Tiger?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Allen. General Chenault named his unit after the LSU football team. Our mascot, you see, is a great big tiger.
I know, Mike the Tiger. Well, after the fine work General Chenault has been doing with his Flying Tigers, I guess the #1 song in Tokyo today is Hold That Tiger, George. But Louisiana State University has a lot to be proud of.
Yes, sir, it's a mighty fine school. And we're proud of our good neighbor policy as well.
Well, LSU isn't operating a branch in South America, is it?
No, but we've had the largest enrollment of Latin American students of any university in the country for some time.
Well, tell me, George, what are you studying down there at school?
Well, I'm majoring in music. We have a fine music department, and our opera director, Pasquale Amato, and our symphony conductor, Louis Hasselman, were formerly the Metropolitan Opera Company.
Would you like to make music your career?
Yes, later on I hope to sing an opera or do concert work.
Well, tell me, do you belong to a fraternity?
Yes, I'm a Theta Xi and proud of it.
Well, fine. I am an old fraternity man, Josh. I am an Unkappa Pepsi-Cola. That reminds me, Josh, I have been sort of looking forward to your visit tonight.
Why, Mr. Allen?
Well, last November, Spenny Spencer, a very charming young lady, came up from Tulane University at New Orleans, and as a gift from Governor Sam Jones in the good old state of Louisiana, Spenny brought me a 100-pound sack of sugar. Of course, that was last November, Josh.
Yes.
Well, the sugar is getting pretty low, Josh. And I know you folks down there in Louisiana kick sugar around. You call it sweet gravel, I believe, if you're moving it around. And I thought...
Well, Mr. Allen, I have brought you a gift.
Granulated or lump, Josh?
But it isn't sugar.
It isn't sugar, Josh?
Seriously, no. The Louisiana State University has appointed you an honorary cadet.
Well, thank you, Josh. That is quite an honor. Thank you very much.
And the students at LSU are now presenting to you Cadet Saber.
Well, they say this is beautiful, Josh. What is this writing on the scabbard here?
Well, it's an inscription. It reads, to Fred Allen from the students of LSU, the Old War School, May 1942.
Well, thank you, Josh. Now I am all set. Let them ration their razor blades. I will put an edge on this saber here, Josh. and I will have the biggest chick injector in town. But I'm not joking, Josh. I want to thank the boys and girls at Louisiana State University, and you too, Josh, for your kindness tonight. Now, what about your number?
I'd like to sing the Song of the Vagabonds from Rudolph Brimmer's The Vagabond King.
Well, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Louisiana State University's most talented undergraduate, Josh Wheeler, sings for us the Song of the Vagabonds.
Beggars of Paris town, you lousy rebel of low degree. You rebel of low degree. King Louis to keep his crown and save our city from Burgundy. Our city from Burgundy. You and I are good for nothing but to die. We can die for liberty. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for that crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, forge against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France, around the string, the chain that bound it, and it's down to Burgundy. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, forge against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France, around the string, the chain that bound it, and it's down with the Burgundy.
Thank you, Josh. I know your fellow students, the faculty, and the LSU alumni will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your musical career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we shall present the most talented undergraduate of Southern Methodist University at Dallas, Texas. After hearing the three finalists over station KRLD in Dallas, the student body voted, the ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Miss Faye Smith. Congratulations, Faye. We'll be looking for you here next Sunday night. And now, here comes Larry Elliott, apparently. Well, you look a little tired, Larry.
Yes, I've been up all night working on my new book.
Oh, new book?
Yes, I'm writing a sequel to Gone with the Wind. It's called Stay with the Air.
What is it, a novel?
No, Fred, it's some figures on how much longer your tires can stay in service if you keep the air up to the correct pressure. Would you believe it, Fred? The average tire will wear out 600 miles before it should if the air pressure is kept only 1 pound below the correct point.
In other words, if you don't give your tires air, they give you the air, huh?
Yes, and here's another thing that ruins tires quickly, speed. America could save 7 million tire miles every year if every driver would reduce his average speed 10 miles per hour. So make your tires last, ladies and gentlemen. Drive slowly, never over 40, and drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. He'll check them over for cuts and other damage that can be repaired before they're ruined, too. For it's your Texaco dealer's job to keep that car of yours in good running condition, not only with care for your tires, but with thorough, skilled lubrication and maintenance that may add many thousands of miles to the service you expect from the car itself. Use your Texaco dealer's training and experience. As your car warden, he's ready to help you to care for your car for your country.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Workshop Players have no sketch prepared, unfortunately, and so then there will be a short intermission at this time. You're welcome to go.
Hey, say, what is this here, Fred?
Nothing, Jimmy, except that we just haven't any sketch tonight.
No sketch? What happened?
Oh, what happened? Everything, Jimmy. You know I always write the sketch on Friday nights, Last Friday night, I had a great idea. I sat down at the typewriter at home and started to work. Suddenly, I heard 2 automobiles approaching. Then there was a crash. After the crash, I threw on my coat and ran out of the house. I heard a man and woman arguing.
Why don't you look where you're going?
You were driving over the white line.
Women drivers ought to be kept off the road, especially at night.
I smell liquor.
Well, if you smell liquor, sister, it's on you.
Now, wait. Can I help? What happened here, folks?
He drove right into me.
Is anyone hurt?
Well, I'm okay.
My knee hurts a little, but thank heavens my tires are all right.
Now, let me see your license, sister.
Here's mine. Where's yours?
Right here. The name's Homer McGee.
My name's Natalie Funston.
Well, as long as...
Wait a minute, Bud. Before you go, what's your name?
Fred Allen.
I'll put that down.
Me too.
Well, good night, folks.
Good night.
Well, I went back into the house, Jimmy, and sat down at the typewriter again and started to work. A minute later, there was a knock on the door. Come in.
Is your name Allen? Fred Allen?
Yes.
My name is Schuster. Shyster Schuster, attorney at law.
You're a lawyer?
Yes. Now about this accident outside.
A lawyer? It didn't take you long to get here.
I came with the ambulance.
Oh.
My office is in a trailer. It hooks onto the ambulance.
Hooks on? Oh, I see.
My client, Homer McGee, is pretty badly banged up.
Well, I just saw Mr. McGee. He was all right when I left.
I carry a hammer in my coat.
Oh, I see.
You are my client's only witness, Mr. Allen. My whole case depends on your story.
But I didn't even see the accident. What story can I tell?
Oh, you're a writer. You'll think of something. I'll see you in court tomorrow morning. Good night.
Well, after Schuster left Jimmy, I started typing again. Now, let me see. The sketch ought to start with the... Oh, what's this? Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I just saw that Shyster Schuster coming out. I hope I'm not too late.
Well, who are you?
I'm Harvey Haley of Haley, Shapiro, Haley Attorneys.
Haley, Shapiro, and Haley?
Shapiro's the treasurer.
Oh. Well, look. Mr. Haley, I am trying to write a radio script here.
I'll be brief, Mr. Allen. My client, Miss Funston, was badly injured in this accident outside.
Badly injured? She was all right a minute ago.
Fortunately, I found a rock in the gutter.
You mean?
A concussion is so helpful in accident cases.
Look, Mr. Haley, I'm writing...
With your testimony, Miss Funston and I will win this case, Mr. Allen.
But I didn't see the accident.
You heard the crash?
Yes.
You just heard I had a rock. Miss Funston has a concussion.
Yes.
Surely, Mr. Allen, you can put 2 and 2 together.
Now, listen, Mr.
I'll
Haley.
see you in court tomorrow morning. Good night.
See me in court. Well, I'll get busy on this sketch. Now, let me see. Sketch should open and... Come in.
Who's Fred Allen?
I am.
My name's O'Houlihan. I'm the cop on this beat.
Oh, you're officer? You're the cop, yes?
What about this accident?
Well, you're a policeman. Didn't you hear the crash?
I'm a sound sleeper.
You just found out about the accident?
Yeah, I pulled in my box. The sergeant was at the emergency ward with the victims.
The emergency ward?
Yeah, the sergeant was with 2 lawyers.
Schuster and Haley?
That's them. They told me to get the story from you.
But I didn't see the accident.
That's perjury, Allen. You're talking to the law.
Now listen, law or no law, I have been sitting here 5 hours trying to write a sketch. 2 cars crashed outside. I went out. A man and woman were standing there arguing.
Well, who bumped into who?
Well, how do I know? Nobody was hurt. I came back in here to try and write my sketch.
Oh, you left the scene of an accident, eh?
I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no, I'll see you in court tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes? Well, I won't be in court tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes, you will.
What makes you think I will?
Here's a summons. Good night.
Well, after that, Jimmy, I gave up the sketch. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. I had to be in court at 9. I slept 2 hours, and yesterday morning at 9 o'clock, I appeared in court. Well, as I walked in the courtroom, the judge was just calling the case.
Next case, Homer McGee versus Natalie Funston, and Natalie Funston versus Homer... Who's suing who?
Your Honor, my client, Homer McGee, is suing Natalie Funston.
Your Honor, my client, Natalie Funston, is suing Homer McGee.
Your client caused the accident.
Your client ran my client down.
That is a lie, you shall
have you disbarred.
I'll get you put out of law school. Why?
Order in the court. Order. Who's first?
I am, Your Honor.
Put your client on the stand.
Your Honor, Mr. McGee is here in this wheelchair. He is swathed in bandages. His arm is in a cast. You hear, Your Honor? Mr. McGee is suffering intense physical pain. He is in no condition to take the stand.
Very well, proceed.
Your Honor and members of the jury, Mr. Homer McGee sits before you a mental and physical wreck.
On the night of May 22nd, Natalie Funston crashed into Mr. McGee. Miss Funston is a lady driver. Need I say more?
What damages are you asking?
Homer McGee is suffering multiple contusions and compound fractures. The index finger on his right hand is broken. He is deprived of making a living.
Mr. McGee made a living with his finger?
Mr. McGee is a radio producer, Your Honor.
And what does he do with his finger?
Formerly, he pointed his finger rigid at the actors to give them their cues.
I see.
Radio actors won't talk unless somebody points a finger at them.
And you say Mr. McGee's finger is useless?
As a result of this accident, the cord in Mr. McGee's finger has been severed. His finger hangs down. A director with a limp finger in radio is through. Mr. McGee's career is ruined, Your Honor. We are asking $50,000 damages from Miss Natalie Funston.
Is Miss Natalie Funston in court?
I am her attorney, Your Honor. Harvey Haley of Haley, Haley, Shapiro, and Haley.
Never mind your commercial. Put Miss Funston on the stand.
Miss Funston is here in an oxygen tent, Your Honor. Miss Funston is in great pain as a result of Homer McGee's drunken driving. Miss Funston will never work again. Both of her kneecaps are fractured.
She made a living with her kneecaps?
Miss Funston is first cellist with the Staten Island Philharmonic, Your Honor.
I see.
To play the cello, she has to hold it between her kneecaps. Today, both of Miss Funston's legs are stiff. Have you ever seen a cello player hold a cello with two stiff legs? No. Miss Funston has lost the music, Your Honor. We are asking $50,000 damage from Mr. Homer McGee.
What caused the accident?
It was Homer McGee's fault, Your Honor.
It was Natalie Funston's fault, Your Honor.
Quiet! Did anyone see the accident?
There was only one witness, a man named Fred Allen.
Where is this Fred Allen?
Right here, Your Honor.
Who was responsible for this accident, Allen?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You're the witness, aren't you?
I didn't see anything. I was in my house trying to write a sketch for my radio program. I heard two cars crash. I went outside to see what the trouble was.
A busybody, eh?
An apprentice busybody, Judge. I had beginner's luck. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Now can I get out of here?
Not till this case is settled. Something caused this accident. The court's going to find out what it was. Homer McGee.
My client is in a wheelchair, Judge.
Wheel him up here.
Okay. Wheel up, Homer.
What happened, McGee?
Well, it was her fault, Judge.
Miss Funston ran into you?
Yeah, I came around the corner. Her lights blinded me. The next thing I knew, she smacked me.
Natalie Funston.
My client is in this oxygen tent, Judge.
Tell her to peek out.
Miss Funston, peek out, please.
Yeah.
What happened, Miss Funston?
I came around the corner. His lights blinded me. The next thing I knew, he smacked me.
It's a lie, Judge. It was her lights. My lights were off.
My lights were off, too, Judge.
Now we're getting someplace. You say both your car lights were off.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then where did that light come from?
Nobody was there.
Until that Mr. Allen came running out.
Fred Allen.
Yes, Your Honor.
You said you were sitting up?
I was trying to write my radio script.
I thought so.
But I didn't...
Without regard for the welfare of others, you sat writing a radio script.
Well,
Your curtain was up, light streamed into the street.
But
the glare blinded these motorists, causing this unfortunate accident.
But I was...
The city is trying to perfect its dim out. You sit at home, flooding the entire street with light.
Well, Your
The
Honor...
court charges you with criminal negligence and sabotage. $10,000 bail. Lock him up, officer.
Come on, saboteur.
Court's adjourned.
Well, Jimmy, the Morris plan went my bail, and I just got out this morning. That's why I haven't any sketch tonight.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Yeah, it is a shame, Jimmy. I had a swell idea all worked up. Gentlemen, just a reminder from Larry Elliott.
May we remind you that the annual National Poppy Drive is now on. Display your patriotism and buy a poppy.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Now, next week, our guest will be Ben Burney, the old maestro in person, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Southern Methodist University, Miss Faye Smith. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for the Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you not to speed in your car. Speed ruins tires. Stay under 40 and save rubber. Have a Texaco dealer check your tires regularly. Drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.